Welcome back. You may or may not notice that the quest we just had to do 5 dungeons has been done. But it's actually worse than what you're thinking. So, first of all, let's get this out of the way. Back in the day, that quest wasn't to get 5. It was to get 80. Now, obviously, that's not true anymore. They've actually nerfed that down several times. They pulled it down to 40 and then to 20 during Legion's run, and eventually to 5, as you just saw. However, nerfing it down to 5 was better, right? So what I went and did was I went and did a dungeon and didn't get an item. And I was a little bit confused by that. So naturally, the first thing I did is I hit Wowhead, check the comments section, the wonderful source of information that it is. And the first thing I found was that
Azeroth must not.
It's not a guaranteed drop off of normals, only heroics. So during the lunch break, pretty much the only thing that I did was heroic dungeons. Like I barely did anything else this lunch break. I was just sitting here smashing out heroics. Even you know, unsynced like I currently am.
If we don't meet
that still
again,
took a minute.
Die well. My life is dedicated to destroying the bird.
That's not great, is what I'm trying to say here.
Trust in Lord Illidan's plan.
So, sure, whatever.
Remember, nothing is more important than the Legion's destruction.
You're kidding me. Well, while tracking the Master's physical body proved challenging, we were able to locate it in the Nighthold of Suramar. Our intelligence reports that Gul'dan is making final preparations to the Nightfallen in order to use its power to usher the soul of Sargeras into Illidan's body. The way to stop that from happening is to put Illidan's own soul back.
Trust in Lord Illidan's plan.
Okay, so we have a problem. Do you see this Trial of Valor lockout right here? Yeah. Now hang on. I'm gonna look this up. The good news is I don't think I have to do this quest. That's actually a good point. We should be able to do it on a different difficulty. I think. I mean, it's... might as well try it. I mean, a bird race would be pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Regan, do you have a minute? Okay. That's fine. Why ask? And so, see, if I was Illidan, I would presume. I'd be like, Bregwin, you're coming here and doing this. And I am not asking your permission. For I am pure evil. Exactly. And when she says no, I just rip her soul out and do it on bore her. I'm like, ugh. And now I have Brigwin's power for my own. I will stop the Legion, no matter the cost. I'm gonna be real, I don't actually understand what you're referencing, Thalyssra, now, and I've done that campaign. So I'm going to assume that you have a thing for diamond people, and we're just gonna walk away from that. Like, I'm not here to judge, you know. It'd probably hurt. I'm just saying, chafing, probably some cutting, you know. But, yeah, you know, you do you. Okay, good. This is a good sign. Now, here's the question. Can I do Heroic Halls of Valor at level 63 by myself? I knew what you meant, villagers know. That's true. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. There you go. There you go. That's it. I may literally not be able to do this. Which is okay. I do have a backup plan here if this doesn't work. I'll wait until I can try to get through this.
You have spilled the...
Yeah, we've already done this, so you can shut up. Thank you. I actually don't know where the LFR PC is for Legion, or indeed if there is one. I know the Pandaria one. It's the only one I know off the top of my head. You know, Heimdall, I've already beaten you before. And you, Herja. Oh yeah, some people have asked if we're doing Violet Hold. Anyways. Hey, Herja, remember when I killed you last time? Those were good times. Might be able to slow-mo this. However, I'll tell you right now, this is already not worth my time. I know that I'm doing 1% damage, but this is going to take a minute. Yep, 99% armor. Not a lot I can do with that in a Demon Hunter. So, it sounds like you're saying two opposite things there, Raid, Masterman. Ah, that's a good point. Of course, I just missed it. I can do it again in 38 seconds. Just below. There it is. Either way, I'm kind of like the former. For me, on time means being early, which is why it's so frustrating how rarely I manage that on my stream. Come here, die! Die! Okay. There. Okay, that wasn't terrible. What, no break? Okay. What would I call that? Being responsible? Sorry, that was my elitism speaking. It's true, though. That is what I'd call it. I love this mechanic. Find the one quadrant of the room that isn't death. Honestly, I didn't know he stopped when casting, so thank you for that tip, Guthor. Damn, that's 4 new transmogs. You think being on time and ensuring that you're doing everything in your power to be as early as possible to accommodate for real life getting in the way and just generally having that kind of responsibility is considered being laid back. Right. Guys, I think Gum Gum's crazy. Correct, Mastermind. Here, I'll flip it if you prefer. Is this better? I can also do the worst of all worlds. I thought about something, actually, Masterman. I don't disagree with you. Indeed, I think, actually, we're on the same page. We're just saying it differently. About how Illidan's overall interactions are acceptable. You know, that what he's doing is, as I mentioned earlier, correct because of the sheer scale and scope of the threat being faced. But that's sort of the point. That's part of the appeal. If he was just wrong and making things worse, we have a dozen stories like that in WoW. I mean, Greymane, right? Arguably Sylvanas as well, in this very expansion, are off doing their own things, and they're just making things worse. Part of what makes Illidan engaging for me is the fact that he is helping in a way that is morally repugnant. Like, I feel like I've said that so often. Alright, so I need to be a little careful here, because these guys can actually stun lock me. Like, we've actually seen some other characters pull more or less the same overall move he did without the presumption part, right? Now, let me ask you something, Hithor, and I mean this with sincerity, so this isn't like a I'm looking for a certain answer kind of a question. If Illidan comes back in midnight and just absolutely gets punked because of it, you know, egg on his face, faces retribution, faces consequence for his actions, what would you feel about that? Let's assume that it's done well, because, I mean, WoW's story's been done pretty well lately, so I think we could assume that. Can I just start the fight? No. I mean, I know it's a little bit of the Darth Vader question. I mean, why do you think Darth Vader died in Return of the Jedi? Because the only possible answer for the only possible character arc for Darth Vader post Return of the Jedi would either be exile or, you know, going to jail for the rest of his life. Or being executed. They might kill him. It's just fair enough. Damn it. Hey, Pokemebo, one moment, please. This guy's name is Grimelord, and he attacks with a giant barnacle-encrusted anchor, and I am down for it. Can we have more of that, please? Bye, hell yeah. What do you mean out of range? Oh, it's over there. Hi, Illidan.
revel in the spoils.
Shut up, Odin.
Worthy champions,
Odin.
the day will come when I have need of your courage and skill once more.
Odin.
Many ages have passed since my eyes looked upon the halls of Ulduar. Perhaps I should visit my Watcher kin. We have much to speak of. Farewell.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? I'll take that. Thank you very, very much, Pokemibo. And as always, if you want to put that towards up to 3 future streams, please let me know. Oh, never mind. I just saw the message. Sorry. Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 3, and Kingdom Hearts 6. Done. The light's heart illuminates and then consumes the soul prism. Okay, we'll deal with that in a minute. For now, Emily. I was hoping to get to Suramar today. I do apologize. It looks like we will not be. I have failed you. Yep, it is time to finally hit up Azsuna. That is absolutely true, Gum Gum. I mean, look at Trump. He's in his, what, 70s? No ambition at all.
A powerful weapon, just make sure it isn't corrupted by the Burning Legion or old gods, okay?
Don't worry, mine are corrupted by the burn. Oh. Let's look at my other weapon. No. Look, we have a lot of Legion weapons, okay? Like a lot. Like a lot. Hey, Kagger.
There you are. Over here. Azsuna awaits. I'm glad you're here. Always happy to help.
We must find a way to reseal the tomb of Sargeras. I have uncovered information regarding an ancient relic which might be the key to stopping the Legion. Our search begins on the ancient elven island of Azsuna. Long ago is where the highborn elves of Suramar perfected their mightiest of magics. Now it's a cursed ruin. The Illidari demon hunters have established a camp on the island. As they're the only people who know the area, that's where we'll begin. Ready to take wing?
Let me know when you are ready, champion.
Interesting tidbit. Based on some of the dialogue, it feels like they wanted Azsuna to be first. It's even possible they wrote Azsuna to be first. And then they decided...
Using the great staff Atiesh's raven form. Nothing's worse than saddle sores.
I'm with you on that. And then they decided to let you choose instead.
The demon hunters have set up camp on the far side of the island. Perhaps they can help us locate the Pillar of Creation.
Are we done, Khadgar? Can I talk?
Look there. Naga forces. We have competition from Queen Azshara herself. She must also be after the Pillar of Creation. This is unexpected. Breathtaking. Imagine all the arcane knowledge lost to the ages here. There, the Illidari. And the Burning Legion is here too.
As we pointed out, Azsuna is the most direct competition. We've already fought each other. We have fought people who have been corrupted, and we fought opportunists. Now we're just going to straight up fight the Legion. And another opportunist. That's the Naga. So, one last comment, then I'll move on. You know how WoW has this really bad habit of establishing like MSQ right out the gate of a particular expansion, and then meandering for like 5 zones in a month, and then going right back to the main story quest? That's the final reason I think Azsuna is actually the first zone, because that would follow that pattern. Azsuna is the most connected to Suramar, and Azsuna leads into the MSQ in several ways. It is very much the front line, and it establishes several major character points and setting points. Valshra, High Mountain, and Stormheim are good, but these are the side quest zones, you know what I mean? So, it makes sense to me, based on how backwards they like to do things, that it probably was intended to be Azsuna, Valshra, High Mountain, Stormheim, and then Suramar, even though there's no logic to that at all. There's a reason I prefer to do Azsuna last. Excuse me.
Remain vigilant.
I think you're right, Azsuna. As I suspected, the Illidari are holding the line, but just barely. We must come to their aid.
You are always...
The Burning Legion beat us here, but so have the Illidari. Come, let's put that weapon of yours to use. Yeah, they even mentioned the artifact weapon, because again, you were supposed to go here first. I'm telling you.
Hurry. The Illidari are about to be overrun.
I could be wrong, of course. It would not be the first or 5th or 50th time.
Khadgar, I was not expecting you. Yes, I can see you.
You are a most welcome sight, Neverrip, and you brought considerable firepower in the form of Archmage Khadgar. Malevolence has been portaling us back and forth between here and the Fellhammer. We pushed the demons out of these ruins, but they're stronger than any we've encountered before. Your leadership is greatly appreciated. If they do not crush the invasion now, they'll overrun Azsuna and the rest of the Broken Isles.
Your artifact looks powerful. Speak with Jace and Alari if you intend to help.
Let's do it. Alari?
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
I need to extract information about the Burning Legion from these foul creatures, but living, the demons are almost impossible to break. However, like you, I wield an artifact, the Scythe of Souls. Here, take one of my soul gems. If you place it next to a demon corpse, it'll rip the soul out.
Do not give in to the
I
power.
do love feeding on demon souls.
knows the way.
Hey, look, we've been here about 13 times overall. It was actually closer to like 10. I didn't do the druid one here, but, you know. And yeah, it makes so much sense that the Illidari are on the front lines. For more or less the same exact reason why it made sense that the Ebon Blade and the Argent Dawn were at the front lines back in Wrath. Who do you think's going to be here? The Hornet Alliance?
Your Titan gods have abandoned you. Lay down your arms. There is no hope left.
True. I die. Can you start looting correctly, please? Jesus. It's worth noting that in lore, the horses of the various other rest of the world are actually busy right now. They're off fighting the Legion everywhere. I just wish we saw a little bit more about that. Or even implied more about it, so we could like get an idea of the battle. How many of you played Myth? Not Myst, Myth. By Bungie. An RTS series, there's 2 of them. No, there's 2 of them. I don't remember. Let's just know. Back in Myth. So Myth is a fascinating game story-wise. It's very medieval fantasy, very, 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 very low tech and low magic. And you are fighting with what is effectively a last desperate hope to kill the Ultra Demon Lord, essentially. I'm summarizing a lot here. Because doing so will cut off the head of the hordes. The enemy forces are almost universally monsters and undead, which means they all rely on one central pillar in order to keep them operating. So if we can knock over the pillar, we win. Pretty standard story, but Myth has a really, really, really good story. Like a scarily good story. And a lot of world building because it's Bungie, back when Bungie was actually worth a damn. So the way they do it is that you're this tiny group of like 20 guys desperately doing everything in your power to avoid the actual battles and war that's happening and trying to still sneak across enemy lines and get to the actual enemy forces and do what you can, right? I would rather gouge out my eyes with hot pokers than play a marathon again. So, the point I'm trying to get across is Myth 1, most especially, really, really manages a really good job of expositing and getting across the vibe of the fact that you're over here and there is this colossal war against the undead horde over here. Like, you see outer edges of what's happening, you get letters. Occasionally, some of the survivors will actually, like, leave to get to your camp, and it's like 3 people from an army of thousands. The war's being lost, is what I'm trying to get across. And that vibe would have been really great to have in Legion. Like, as we're out here on the Broken Isles, we just get little tidbits here and there of just how badly things are going everywhere else.
I've sacrificed everything.
And then we have a global hyper war between 2 superpowers. Anyways, thank you. That'll give us the breathing room we need. Excellent.
Trust in Lord Illidan's plan.
I think you know the answer to that one, Linnarith. Well, actually, yeah, Log. Like, Mass Effect 3 both succeeded and failed at this exact same vibe, depending.
I have sacrificed everything.
Let's head to the other side of the stand. We'll release the demon souls one by one and get the answers we seek.
If we do not meet again, die well.
I will. I call it peeking through the window storytelling. It's often not feasible to show that kind of scale and scope on camera. So what you do is you allow the players to peek through the window, and on the other side of the window you see this gigantic, amazing, epic thing happening. But you're over here, right?
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
Submit. Actually, yeah, Halo Reach does a very good job of this exact concept. Yep, okay. So that didn't work. Next. That's funny. That's 2 Bungie games that manage that vibe. Alright, so let's kill this guy. Actually, yeah. Good example. In Dragon Age Origins, the maps showing the slow progress of the blight. It's another good example of peeking through the window and seeing how bad things are getting in the rest of the world. Ignore the fact that we just entered a soul gem to compel demons to answer us by torturing them. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Must not fall.
I wouldn't take what Aravnal said to heart. The Inquisitors are masters of misinformation. You don't suspect betrayal within the ranks, do you? She looks thoughtful. I fear we won't have our answers about Lord Illidan for a while. Please ignore that I just did the quest where we get answers about Lord Illidan. Just don't think about it. No. Azsuna, no!
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
Our demon hunters, Corvus and Cyana Nightglaive, took a small force of Illidan across to Farondis. The mission was to weaken the Legion. I haven't seen them for a while.
Death, I will see to it that the Legion gets no farther.
Yeah.
You, Corvus, and Cyana attack the Legion from within. Then we'll wipe them out together.
Damn it, Azsuna, no! And by Azsuna, I mean Azsuna. Your new name is Azsuna. So, you remember how I keep being, like, semi-jokingly, hey, here's a bonus that you shouldn't do.
Friend or foe?
Oh, never, Rip, it's you. Good, we have a little problem here.
If we don't meet again, we will work.
Don't do this bonus objective.
From within. Death to the Legion.
My force was wiped out by the demon's forward base, but an imp mother and her brood took the rest at hostage, including Cyana Nightglaive.
Remember, nothing is more important.
Also, during the fighting, I saw a blue dragon swoop in. I couldn't believe my eyes. I heard the blue dragonflight had gone extinct. The Legion managed to kill the Drake down, managed to bring the Drake down, but not before she'd killed a score of them. She was magnificent. And she's got a thing for French elves. I don't know, it's weird.
Do not give in to the power of the...
So yes, this is when we finally meet Stellagosa. We've actually referenced her a few times.
Die in glorious battle!
Oh, you asshole. Oh, he just killed my big cooldown by stunning me right in the middle of it. Oh. What a dick.
Illidari, what happened here?
I didn't give in.
You know, that's a good question, Maskerman. I'm not sure. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Doesn't mean to have it. The old gods have. Like, a lot. Like, a lot. Too much, really.
Azeroth must not.
They have all been tortured.
They did things to me.
We'll feast on your flesh and devour your soul!
I can't think of any iteration of a fell dragon in this game, or in this franchise, excuse me.
What did they do? What did the demons offer you?
The demons promised us unimaginable power.
And that's how I knew they were lying. Because honestly, like, obviously I can imagine a lot of power. That's kind of a silly thing to offer when you think about it. Like, hey, I offer you the ability to cast fireballs. It's like, yeah. I learned that when I was 13, buddy. What else you got?
Who did this to you?
The warden tried to convince us to turn traitor. I heard screaming.
Oh yeah, this is also before the Vault of the Wardens. Sorry, this really is right at the beginning of the story.
Did anyone give in?
Cyana Nightglaive turned traitor. She joined the Legion.
No, she gave in to unimaginable fireballs.
I've sacrificed everything.
Like, their fireballs, it's just like this, you know, maybe on a good day, you know.
Where did Cyana Nightglaive go? I need to find her.
Nightglaive went southwest with a warden named Cordana Felsworn.
Dun dun dun.
Working for the Legion? I look forward to killing her.
I do love killing wardens and Legion and Stellagosa.
I've sacrificed everything. What have you?
So you probably don't remember Cyana, but she was in the Demon Hunter Starter Zone, and yeah, we were all constantly thinking she was going to go traitor. She actually didn't in the Demon Hunter Starter Zone. I remember being legitimately surprised by that and be like, oh, I guess I was misled about her. Then we get here and she's turned traitor. Right, I apparently have to go over here now. This. Or not. Hello, game. Hello, hello, hello. There's 5 immolates at the same time. I love that talent. There he is. Hey, buddy. I just blow all my cooldowns on things other than you.
Sweet. Then I will be able to kill you effortlessly.
Yeah, I didn't pop this cooldown yet.
Oh my god. You lied to me.
Isn't it weird for a demon to say, oh my god?
It's just a sick phrase. Don't take it so literally.
Oh, okay.
Your death will be swift and unmerciful.
Wouldn't a swift death, by definition, be merciful?
Thank you. I am Stellagosa.
Hi, Stellagosa. Enjoy a positive to character. Seriously, Stellagosa is almost guaranteed to be a plus to story. I don't mean to bury the lead on that, but come on.
My thanks. Now I am going to finish off the warden who...
You could wait for
No! Come back! Damn!
Seriously, I'm with Corvus.
Azeroth must not
If there's a
fall.
remnant of the blue nearby, we should do whatever we can to ally with them.
Trust in Lord Illidan.
Ah, beautiful creatures, pure, one with the world. I didn't think I could hate the Legion anymore. Thank you, Never Rip. That's okay. You're welcome. You're,
Death to the Legion.
I am not going to let Cordana Felsong get away with this. There's no way in hell I'm going to let that warden turn my people. As for Nightglaive, I will not suffer a traitor to live. Are you with me?
I have to find Stellagosa and Cyanna Nightglaive. Meet me up at the Overlook. We will finish this business together.
Aren't I actually your boss?
Come, do your best. Nightglaive has been undergoing some changes.
Hey, Nightglaive.
We are ready for you. We've been expecting you. How is Khadgar? Felsworn Nightglaive, prove yourself. I have other matters to attend to.
Yes, my mistress.
I love her new name is Nightglaive the Traitor. What's up? You really think you can take me on? That's actually pretty impressive.
Cyanna, do not give in.
I think she already has at this point.
Nothing but a foul.
Oh, hi, Stellagosa.
If you only knew the Legion's power. Join us, Corvus. Never. You and your new mistress will die by my warglaives. But I was promised. Let's get out of here before we're overrun. No one can be allowed to become a Felsworn traitor working for the Legion. We've dealt them a telling blow, but even now the Legion is summoning in more powerful demons.
We cannot allow them to regain their momentum, or the Broken Isles are lost. You must come to the Azure Wing Repose and meet with my grandfather Senegos.
Funny thing, you remember how in Dragon Age Origins the joke was made that, a blight brings everyone together? That joke still applies in WoW. There's plenty of people who are trying to take advantage and be dicks and all that kind of stuff, but it also applies literally in WoW. I don't think there's ever been a point in Warcraft history where everyone unifies the same way we do in Legion. Feel free to check me on that, but We get people from everywhere. Because, you know, the Legion's invading.
My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion.
Grim news indeed. We cannot afford the loss of even one demon hunter, but you and Corvus are right to put an end to Nightglaive. More importantly, you made a good friend in Stellagosa. The remnant of the blue could be a powerful ally. Yeah. They're like, alright, we've got this. We'll just fight the Lich King and everyone else at the same time. Wait, that's a terrible idea. Oh, okay.
Azeroth must not fall.
Fell? No fell. Hang on. Give me a second.
Don't give in to the power of the Legion.
I could go iron, I suppose.
I've sacrificed everything.
Let's go shadow.
What have you given? Don't follow anyone blindly.
For now, the Illidan can hold the line against the Legion. We'll return later to help them drive them from the upper reaches of Inferno. You and I must concentrate on the pillars. Your saving of Stellagosa is fortuitous. Surely if anyone knows where a pillar of creation, it'll be her grandfather, Senegos. The Azure Ring Repose is northeast. I'll meet you there.
Do not linger here too long. The Legion is attacking everywhere.
Yeah, I caught that, thanks.
I am certain that if anyone can help you find this pillar of creation, it will be my grandfather.
I'll meet you up there. You will find the repose up the road to the northeast.
I love the arcane
This
look.
does not look good.
Always have.
He is not well. What is happening here?
Let the youthful one approach. I am not as dead as I look.
I love the arcane. So we've seen tidbits of this all the way back in Wrath, but they never really did anything with it. Here we start to get a little bit of world building, and indeed this will actually be followed through on in Suramar. Here's the idea. Arcane and nature are not necessarily opposed to each other. Nature is very chaotic and arcane is very orderly, but the two, when properly combined, can make stuff like this. Chaotic order, or chaos given order, depending on how you want to think about that. Yeah, organized chaos. And so there is such a thing, and we'll actually see this in the future as well in Dragonflight. There is such a thing as arcane nature, for lack of a better way to put it. You know, that isn't completely breaking apart like it was back in Wrath. That was different. That was them just slamming ley lines into the land and screw the consequences. This is a little bit more synergized? That's not the word I want to use. I can't think of the word. Sorry, I'm really tired. I have not been sleeping well lately. Coordinated? This is the two powers working in coordination with each other rather than against each other, is what I'm trying to say. There's a word there. And I can't think of it. Doesn't matter. Moving on. Yeah, coexisting, exactly. It is also something that has to be maintained. Synchronized. That is actually the word I was going for. Thank you, Shmidolf. He's dying. Senegos is possibly the oldest dragon alive. We cannot simply let him slip away. Something not quite right with the magic energy here. I can feel it. By the way, I love this small little visual storytelling that Khadgar, who is primarily an arcane mage, is healing him by just pumping arcane energy into him. That's just... I like that. I like that.
It's good to have.
I will do what I can to stabilize him, but I will need your help. The small amount of energy he has left in him comes from the pool he's resting in. Follow the whelpling's lead. Dropping ley crystals into the pool gives him a bit of energy to buy him a few more breaths.
I know why you are here, small one. Please, help.
All right. Yes, arcane nature needs to be maintained. Maintenance, administration. Otherwise, it just turns into a mess. Which makes sense. Nature by itself will grow wildly out of control to its own detriment, and ironically, so will arcane. So both, especially together, absolutely require that kind of... I just can't think of any words today. Administration. Upkeep. Yeah, exactly. Too much of any magic is bad. Sorry. Yeah, actually, Bragwin. God, I love playing Demon Hunter. Sorry. It's... I mean, all the classes are like this to some extent or another. I just know Demon Hunter really well because I've been playing it as a main for literal years at this point. Like, I'm not even sure I could properly describe what I just did. Let's see. It was a fling, then it was a poke, then it was a dash, then it was a taunt. Then it was a pullback, followed by making sure I had immolate up, and then I did this, lined them up, hit the beam, and then did the blades to finish them off. I'm starting to think that your computer is literally cursed, Bragwin. And that they need to hire you as a QA tester immediately. And, you know, actually give you a proper working salary and privileges. And basically treat you like a real employee. I know, weird thought. I know. I'm trying to conquer the world, Uthor, I swear. Have some crystal Stellagosa. Does that feel better?
How can I help?
Thank you. Your efforts dull his pain.
Fair Stellagosa, we seek one of the pillars of creation. I know it is here on Azsuna.
You speak of the Tidestone of Kel'danth. It was shattered long ago.
The Tidestone? Shattered? How?
I do not know, but I know where the pieces lie.
Rest now, grandfather. You must save your energy.
Don't be so eager to mourn, Starlight. Give me this one last adventure.
This whelpling's trying to get your attention. She locks eyes with you, then quickly flicks her head towards the northeast. Okay. What's going on?
Urgent message for Stellagosa.
What is it,
The
Lichkin?
nightfallen have assaulted the whelplands.
The what?
These 4 whelplings need to be treated with ley crystals immediately.
I have precious little time. As we speak, my troops are defending against an onslaught of withered elves. What's a withered? The 4 whelplings are near death. Their lives are of utmost importance to our flight, as they may be some of the last whelplings Stellagosa can rear. Some cracked crystals should bring them back to their senses. Yeah, by the way, did you catch that? That's Emagosa. A little younger here, but, you know. Could you guys not, please? I really don't want to kill... Okay, fine. Die! 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 I suffer your lives no longer! Sorry. What I meant to say was I apologize for having to murder you. But it's your fault. Yeah, we gotta get the Capri Suns. And yes, we'll be seeing Stellagosa again in Dragonflight. I mean, we'll be seeing a lot of dragons again in Dragonflight, so...
I feared we might lose that one. He was so weak when I found him. Pick him up and take him to Senegos.
I kind of like this, as horrible as it sounds. We don't actually
My
save...
keepers are overrun. We will require aid.
We don't actually save all of the whelplings.
Another nightfallen attack. Bring my child to me, young one. I am the oldest of my kind.
Of course they would attack now. Those withered devils couldn't have chosen a more effective time to strike. The brood already struggles.
Stellagosa, do me one last favor. Your younger brothers and sisters need your help.
Of course.
I believe we can help.
Farewell, grandfather.
See you soon, Starlight.
The ghostly elves to the south once had the pillar of creation known as the Tidestone of Golganath. The great city of Nar'thalas was destroyed an eon ago. The city's ruler, Prince Farondis, fell with the city. These small ones die so easily. If anyone knows where the fragments rest, it'll be the Ghost Prince. But in the meantime, we need help. Since the fall of Deathwing, we dragons have nearly lost all of our power. To make matters worse, we can no longer bear eggs. My whelplings are the last of the last. You notice, once again, writing the dragons out of the narrative in Legion. I need your help, champion. Help defend my whelplings, and I swear to you, the blues will be at your side when you need them.
Oh, you are a kind small thing.
I got your back, Senegos. Don't worry. Don't you worry, I'm still in the Azure-wing repose, resting in my pool. It doesn't take much energy to throw a projection of myself. I may be old and dying, but I am still a blue dragon. The withered are the worst kind of pets. They capture our whelplings, knock them unconscious, and drink whatever mana they can from helpless babies. Normally our drakes and keepers would fend them off. Today, it looks like we may need your help. The whelpling is alive but unconscious. One of the withered must have already drained it of its mana. You've already learned that exposed lake crystals can help them. Maybe you can use one to revive them. Well, let's find out. So, this is one of those small but critical pieces of the puzzle. I love how this weaves this in. Everything we're doing right now I'm sorry for spoiling, but everything we're doing right now feels like a small little side quest kind of a thing. But actually, This is going to have some serious main plot consequences. And this is very critical exposition. What the hell is going on with these withered? They can still cast spells. And they're all arcane spells, but they are non-communicative. And they're just here ravenously feeding on the mana of these people. Now, if we've been around since BC, which, as it happens, we have, we can presume that these are wretched. But wretched from where and why? As I mentioned before, it's entirely possible that all wretched would eventually devolve into withered. But probably over a course of years, if not longer. Withered devolve in days. Now, there's actually another little bit of horror here I'll cover in just a moment. For now, let's go ahead and kill all these pests. Ugh. Disgusting creatures. Yeah, I've always approved of this particular plot point because of how much sense it makes to me. Is this artificial? Kind of. This is one of those things that doesn't really have much of a real-life allegory or connection, because it's just pretty unique to the setting.
I fear that grandfather doesn't have much time left.
I fell so quickly. I'm not as strong as I once was. We truly do need your help. One of these disgusting creatures ran off with several of the whelplings. I heard him called by name, Runas. I'll survive. Home is not far. You still have strength, though. Slay this Runas before he does any more damage to our brood.
No matter how long we live, it doesn't seem long enough. I overestimated my strength. All of the dragons, even the aspects themselves, have been greatly weakened since the fall of Deathwing.
Which makes sense, given how much titanic power was drained out of the dragons during the fall of Deathwing. Alright. Saved the whelps. Killed the pests. Let's go kill the named pest. If you're paying attention, this is exactly the same as just about any other story arc, right? Kill trash, save allies, kill named. Although, he's just laying on a rug, like curled up and shivering. Well, whatever, I got a quest to kill, so here we go.
What in blazes are you doing?
What do you mean?
Don't you know who I am?
No.
Wait. What is that you're holding? Quite an impressive weapon, my friend.
Thanks?
Very painful to be hit with.
Yeah, that's how that works.
You are beginning to anger me. I'll kill you. I'll rip out your heart.
Oh,
I'll
alright.
drink the mana from your broken bones. I I surrender. Oh, please, my friend, forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry. Feeding on such raw energy, it clouds my judgment. I hope you can see beyond my tattered robes and desperate behavior. I am not a monster. Watch, I shall prove it to you. I am not just some mana-addled freak like the rest of those wretches.
Okay. Come on. Let's go, I guess. Are you okay? Like, is there something I could do for you? What's an Arcendure?
Who is this?
I am called Runas, son of Indoril, former
Nightfallen. I do not trust you and your kind.
I understand, good dragon. My people have earned your distrust. Allow me to make amends.
Interesting. I didn't notice that. I actually didn't notice that. Sorry, I was double checking something. Runas is gonna poke his head back in dragonflight, sort of. And I missed that last time around. Clever night off. Yes, a lake crystal should bring them back to their senses. Keep your distance from that one. Those fallen elves are all the same. As two-faced as they come. Jesus, dude.
Oh, the nightborne are not what they seem.
Yeah, tell me about it. I wish to make it up for you. Whatever I did that made you want to kill me. Notice that sounds like a joke, but he means that. He has no memory of attacking Stellagosa. Your dragon complains about being weak. I know why. Runas can fix it, my friend. One of my kind, Alieth, pulls ley energy from the very ground of Azsuna. I can take you to the location of his mana siphons. It's not too late to undo the harm the others have done. You've done well to trust me.
Do let me know if you find more sources of mana.
My good, dependable friend. Never rip. You wouldn't have to have any mana crystals, would you? Listen, if you ever need anything, I stress anything. Just come talk to your loyal friend Runas. I will make your problems go away. You can count on me. Of course, if I needed something, you'd assist me. For example, if I needed a mana crystal or something similar, you'd give me one.
I look forward to our... Very good. Off to Zarkanar, then. Off to see all my friends and family and loved ones. To kill them, of course, for harming your dragon. Bunch of mana addicts, that lot. Not me, though. My discipline is iron. Oh, mana crystal. Just a moment. So, why are you here, Azsuna friend? Just visiting your, what?
Does this one ever stop talking?
So I've actually already... It's Jim Cummings. Good. Also known as the leader of the CCP. Ha! I mentioned this already in the review document. So this is wrong arcane nature. Remember how I talked earlier about how they had woven nature and arcane together seamlessly? This is arcane overriding nature, and as you can see, it is much worse. And much more messed up. My personal favorite tidbit is the trees where only part of the tree has crystallized, And the rest... Oh, god damn it. And the rest of it is just sitting there withering. This is some great visual storytelling and also a great showcasing of what a ley line looks like when it's running out of control. We also get a bit of visual storytelling here in an insight into why Stellagosa is dying. It's because of that. They're tapping ley lines. These monsters are pulling mana directly out of the ground. No wonder the mana pools can't dull my pain. I worry about my brood. Without the power of the ley lines, we're nothing. At this rate, I might even help you with your Tidestone. Look for their mana siphons and punish those elves that are using them.
Alisand will pay for banishing us.
He looks antsy. I can help you. Wait, who's Alisand? But I very much want to help you. I'm just a bit distracted. Look at all that raw, unfiltered, mouth-watering mana. No. Stay in control. I simply need to clear my head. Yes, that's it. A few of my depraved brethren carry small mana jewels around them in case they need a quick burst of energy. Find a few for me. And then I'll show you how to get your ley line back.
You and I make a great team. Wouldn't you agree?
They did a weirdly large amount of dialogue.
You're here to steal my mana, aren't you? Here then, have a taste!
Your aim sucks. They did a weirdly large amount of dialogue for Runas, considering he's only actually in this one quest chain, and it's like 7 quests long. Stop dazing me. Stop dazing me. You're on Killing Scout. You know, actually, that's true, Thor. Not even jokingly. Although I think there's only the one bonus for this particular chain. But still. We could just say that about all of Legion. It's really wild. It's so obvious, and I don't think I ever noticed it before. I guess I'm just blind or something. God.
You fool! You've spilled your blood, and you've spilled my mana!
Kneel, lowborn scum. Okay. Sure thing, buddy.
Picking off my lieutenants? I suppose you think you're clever.
Exactly, Bragwin. Naga elves. Now, there's an idea. Sea elves are actually in Forgotten Realms, and very cool. And I don't know if there's anything else, but I know they're in that.
Secrets that would curdle your blood.
Do you have them? Please tell me you have them, my friend.
Do let me know.
He feverishly crushes the jewels and gets to work rubbing magical dust on his face, arms, and back. He is, for a moment, in bliss.
I look forward to our continued cooperation.
Also notice he's not, like, curled over and shivering anymore. I do feel a bit stronger. Those siphons nearly did me in. Ah, I sense it now. In the ruined building to the east, one of the cretins must have tapped deep into the ley line. I suspect he'll be heavily defended. Once again, the well-being of my brood is in your hands.
I will retake my rightful place.
Much better. I knew I could count on you, my friend. Allow me to return the favor. I know how you can destroy the large mana collector pylons. We'll save your dragon yet. The pylons only work against ground targets. They're defenseless from above. Save your whelplings, my friend. The whelplings can fly where we cannot. Trust me.
You and I do not trust Nightfallen. But it seems we have...
Did that dragon send you, interloper? Or was it that beggar, Runas? No matter. Soon you will all kneel before Azsuna's new prince!
Completely gone. Just gone. I love how he very literally has just crudely shoved arcane...
What are you doing? My siphons!
Siphons into the ground.
You low-born dirt! You don't know who you're dealing with!
I think part of why I love this quest so much is on the one hand he sounds like every other Warcraft villain we've ever encountered. But for this once, it actually makes complete and perfect sense. This man is literally insane. As in, his brain doesn't work right anymore. Also, you can see that he's not actually wretched, or... nightfallen yet. And he's not withered yet. So he's probably a very recent addition. Oh, he is probably extremely high right now. He is tripping balls. Yeah, see? You can actually see here.
What's this?
He's still nightborne.
Have the peasants come to grovel before their prince? You rats aren't fit to touch the hem of my robe! I need more power! Yes! Yes! Forget the ley lines, brothers. We shall feast on the dragons!
Oh yeah, he's turbo high. Stellagosa.
There's old.
He may not be slain, but at least he's gone. Without their leaders, the mindless withered will soon scatter and die.
How strange it is.
Wait, what was that? Feast on dragons?
I'm glad you're here. I can tell you'll help.
Why is she so quiet?
Look! They're headed for Grandfather's pool!
They even brought a mech.
It's not too late. We'll just jump the mountains to cut them off and... No. No! They're everywhere!
Do you see all these withered, by the way? Which idea is more horrifying?
We're going in low.
That these have been here for centuries or millennia? Or that these are recent? Suramar is not a small city, after all. In lore. Hell, in game, it's not a small city.
Azsuna was once the center of magic research.
This many withered threaten to wipe out our brood completely. Hurry, crack off a lake crystal. Heal any wounded drakes you can. I'll do what I can to see the whelplings safe and healthy.
Until we meet again, my friend.
I also love how Khadgar's helping out, because of course he is.
Knowledge is power.
We killed their leader, so they came here. Understandable. The creatures crave only one thing, magic, and they can sniff it out from leagues away. By the way, do you see the literal swarms of them crawling all over Stellagosa's body?
Keep your guard up.
In fact, here, I'm going to get closer so you can really see that. Oh crap, I'm 67. Go back for a minute. Look at him. Look at them all, just swarming over him like ants. That's actually kind of horrifying to look at. Also, like nobody answered my question. Is anybody even watching? Do I have anybody here today? It's been a quiet Friday. Hey, YouTube, pumpernickel. It's the one thing I can do to get people to comment on YouTube is to say pumpernickel. I don't know why. It just works for some reason. Damn it, clear white noise. I knew it. No. I asked a question and nobody answered it. That's all. Sometimes I wonder. Emagosa, no! I need to save Emagosa. Hang on. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? I got your back, Emagosa. How is it so far, Dream Whisper? If you don't mind sharing. That was a little strange. Let's try that again. There we go. Oh, go ahead, Uthor. So the question was, there's a lot of withered here. Like, a lot. A whole swarm's worth. So, do you think these have all been here for many, many years? Like, this is just the combined amount of exiles over the last centuries? Or do you think these are recent? Nice. I'll have to look into it more, Dream Whisper, with that infinite spare time I have. How long can they survive? Now that is a fascinating question, and that is actually the question, isn't it? By all accounts, withered cannot survive very long out and about. But there is a possible asterisk there. We've actually seen that some magic-dependent beings can survive as long as there is a connection to whatever it is that provides their life. To use an example, the Sunwell would continue to provide, endurance for elves miles and miles away. Like the elves in Stormwind are connected to the Sunwell. Now, granted, that's the Sunwell, but you get the idea, right? It is within the realm of possibility that these withered are actually still connected to the Nightwell, thus giving them eternal life. But they're still withered. In other words, they have eternal hell. And that's why I find the question to be interesting. But all of that depends on their ability to survive once withered. And that I'm not sure about. That's a good question, Dream Whisperer. I don't know.
Be vigilant.
Yeah, I need to hold experience and soon. But I kind of don't want to interrupt this quest chain. I guess I should. Last thing I want to do is accidentally go over the line again. Alright, hang on. Quick breather to halt experience. I've sometimes found that the older I get, the more sentimental I get. So quests like the one we're doing right now unironically hit me right in the feels. And you can make fun of me for that. I'm not gonna defend myself. It's also really well constructed, all things considered. So I'm going to disagree with that specifically, Huthor, but I get your overall points. Oh, I'm going the wrong spot. Pay attention, Lord. Pay attention. I keep doing that. I just don't know Stormwind as well, so I just keep going to, like, the default spot. And the place I keep going to in Stormwind is Chromies.
Greetings.
Please stop my experience gain. Thank you. Oh, hey, it's a demon. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There's the demon right there. See? You probably think I'm joking. Check it out. He's a demon. See? This is not a joke. He's a demon. I can see him with demon sight. See? I accuse you. Which means you have found me out in dog. Fortunately, this is one of the only times you'll ever hear me say this, the Legion portal doesn't actually go to Dalaran, which drives me bonkers. It goes to Azsuna, and for, like, the only time, I'm happy about that. Yes, Lord Hermod, legally. Let's enter the layer again here. There we go. Okay.
There's old.
Well done. I saw the other drakes take to the sky. And look, Emagosa, who I already have, of course.
I'm glad
I free you, Emagosa.
Azsuna was
So Sidonu said he saw the nightfallen going to the Ley Hollow. I don't like the sound of that. Grandfather seems to be holding his own, but the Archmage and I will keep an eye on him. You investigate the caves.
How strange it is to have visitors.
I suppose I'm biased because of execution, Huthor, because I get your overall point, but Suramar is just so much better done than Silvermoon was, you know? Because, and I'm going to be as blunt about this as I possibly can, Silvermoon doesn't have this.
Alisand will pay for banishing us.
Rip? Is that you, my friend?
I look forward to our continued cooperation.
I am weak. The hunger is devastating, my friend. I understand now why your dragon rests in these pools. I came to warn you, but it looks like I was too late. Hear him outside now. Alieth is here.
This hunger is consuming my very mind. It is taking every ounce of my energy to just... Can you hear me, my friend? I cannot see you anymore. I think perhaps it is time to say goodbye, then. Thank you, my friend, for letting my last few hours mean something.
Plus, the story. This is the distinction and difference between Withered and Wretched right here. They use different terminology. They call what he was before Nightfallen, but a Nightfallen is functionally a Wretched. Straight out of BC, straight out of Silvermoon. It is someone who has started to descend, started to fall, but still has their mind. Still has their ability to think and reason and be a person, just with a horrific, nightmarish hunger constantly aching at them. But if you fall too far, that's when you become withered, and there's nothing left. You lose the ability to even be a sentient person anymore. We actually can cure being a nightfallen. To my knowledge, there is no cure for being a withered. Because, I mean, they're dead. In every way that matters, they have reached brain death by the point they reach being withered.
Yes, yes! Surrender your power, dragon. These pools belong to the nightborne now.
Help me, small one.
Yeah, you know me, Huthor. Execution matters a lot to me. And god damn did Jim Cummings nail that scene. It's also one of the only times, I believe actually the only time we watch someone wither in front of us. As we're staring at them. Now, interesting narrative beat. That's a horrible, dark, downer scene, right? It's no wonder they got Jim Cummings for that line, or for that role, rather. So normally what would happen is this would be the darkest moment before the dawn, but they decide to flip that a little bit. Instead, looks like the cutscene didn't play. God damn it. Well, anyways, all the energy that he had put into that arcane golem smashes into him. And with the withered gone and the mana restored, he's fine. Like, he's just fine now. He even laughs. I haven't felt this alive in years. What you've done, not only replenished the pools, but saved my brood, will not be forgiven. Or forgotten, excuse me. The blues of Azsuna will ever be in your debt. Yeah, huge shot in the arm there. Just bam. I think it just didn't play. That's whatever. They'll never forgive me for saving them. Look. You didn't save my life. You ruined my death. Yes. If that's the one I'm thinking of, Huthor. Hang on. There's two that I'm thinking of. You're either thinking of the one that's right here, or the one that's right down here somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. It's down here somewhere. I mean, I've done both. But I'm just not sure which one you're referencing. Maybe further down? I swear it was like a pillar or something. Then yes, I have done that one. That's the one in the second zone. If memory is serving at all. I think if I could talk it out a little bit. First of all, let's get this out of there. Jim Cummings really helps sell my investment in Runas. And he brings his A game there. He doesn't, like, hold back. He does exactly how the role should be. He even manages a few moments of levity, but he also manages the serious parts. Second thing that they do well is that Runas is the type of story that hits me harder than most, because it's someone who does good without having to. I know that sounds kind of strange, but at multiple points he could have turned on us or betrayed us or did whatever the hell he wanted to. But he actually was a legitimate friend to that entire quest chain. And his reward for doing so was death. He did what he did because it was right. And Damn, I'm literally making myself tear up thinking about this because his final lines really hammer that point in. Thank you for making my last few hours mean something. We know so little about the backstory of Runas. He hints at it. He specifically mentions Elisande as a personal, like a violent hatred of her. The way he speaks her name, he is spitting her name. And he mentions that he used to be in a position of prominence. And given how the other guy, Aliath, obviously knew him by sight and by name, first name basis, we can actually assume a lot about the nature of how they got banished. Probably pretty close to each other. And given what just happened over in Suramar, we'll cover that in a minute, it would make a lot of sense that they are recent additions to the withered pool, right? I can't even imagine what kind of life that person would lead for how long. And what that would feel like to finally make his life worth something. If only for a few hours. I think that's why it hits me so hard. Not everyone's so lucky.
Who goes there? Keep your hands and weapons where I can see them.
Okay. Is this better?
Ishnu Allah.
Are you the emissary from that bizarre floating city? I guess you can't see it, like, right there. You can even see the Nighthold from here.
Be careful.
You're looking for Prince Farondis? Her eyes narrow warily. I'll take you to Farondis, but first things first. These Naga attacked suddenly. Take orders from someone called Zarin. Help me take Zarin's head, and you'll have my ear.
Farewell.
That could be Huthor. I remember you weren't overly fond of the Battle for the Exodar either. I will admit, while I enjoy the Battle for the Exodar and the story axis quite a bit, a lot of my enjoyment comes purely from the gameplay axis, because that's an extremely well-designed quest. So, what else? The Demon Hunter starter experience is joy in concentrated format on both axes. I'm trying to think. Almost everything else has been a mixed bag so far. Like, there's some really good moments, really good individual quests. Like the Kobold Chain over in High Mountain. I was just about to say, the dungeons were really solid. Before we started this run, we were doing some dungeons, me and my friend, my co-op group, we were doing some dungeons in Kata. And as we were going through Kata, the person we were... So we started with Pandaria, and we went back to Kata. And we started poking into Legion, and we did like one sequence in Legion and ended up doing one dungeon. And the lore running was like, oh my god, this dungeon is so good! Like, just shocked at the jump in quality from Kata dungeons and Pandaria dungeons to Legion. No input from me, by the way. Correct, Ross. As a playable, sorry. As a lore conceit, this has been around since Warcraft 3. Vanilla. No, that makes sense, Uthor. I have often felt that I'm the weirdo who is not like that. I can just appreciate a story for being high quality. Near as I can tell, that is in the minority. Having said that, I'm kind of the same way, but for me, it's more like, instead of me needing some kind of personal connection, it's more like the personal connection pushes my enjoyment up more. It's like a multiplier, right? So Final Fantasy VI is a damn good story. However, my personal connection to FF6 pushes it even further up. We will finish probably by Monday, Ross. I don't know. I'm running a little bit behind. And that is my fault, and I apologize for that. I slept in way too much this morning, and I'm still exhausted. So we're actually a couple hours behind where we should be. Let me talk you through what's left. Then I have to AFK for a minute, ironically. We have to finish this zone, which we're already done with about half of. Like, we're very far into this zone. So we'll finish this within the hour. Once we finish this, I believe we're just going to go straight to Suramar. Suramar is going to be a chonker. This is probably going to be the longest zone of the game right here. And we'll be spending plenty of time in Suramar. Once Suramar is done, because we already did that, we already did that, we already did that. So we will finish Suramar with the raid, which is right there. That will lead to the events of the Assault on the Broken Shore. This is something I'm not 100% sure of, because we're going to do the second Assault on the Broken Shore, the second Battle of the Broken Shore, and that'll be its own thing. And then there's another 13 Order Hall chains. 2 chains each, so 26 additional quest chains. I don't know how long that's going to take. That's the big question mark for me. Once we're done with that, actually doing the Broken Shore, ironically, will be pretty short, because this was an endgame zone, and it's fine, I guess. At that point, we'll go ahead and finish up the dungeon, the raid, and then there's only one thing left after that. So the big question mark is how long this Order Hall is going to take.
Ishnu Dal Dieb.
So, hey, have a head.
May the stars guide you.
Yep, that's him.
Good luck, friend.
I'm glad to see my doubts in you are unfounded. You seek Prince Farondis? Follow me.
Asha fell out.
I will escort you to Prince Farondis if that is what you truly wish. If you get the chance, spit on him for me.
I can't. They removed the emote from the game. But why am I spitting on your prince? Speaking of bonus objectives, there's one coming up that also... Every single one of these, there's just this memory in the back of my mind of just how much these bonus objectives were just, oh, I have to do this now. Stranger approaches. Stranger, hope she's an assassin to finally do away with the prince. I wish. Haha.
Hello.
That's him. Behind me.
May the stars guide you.
Oh, alright. Slash spit. Nope. Wouldn't let me. Wow. I tried. Sorry, Your Highness. I was told to spit on you. I can spit on the ground. Holy crap. So, as you can see, everyone here is dead. And they're living in ruins. Living? Residing in ruins?
What brings you here?
I'm concerned for Elder Aldrith. He went out for a walk about 10,000 years ago and hasn't returned. With these Naga attacking, I fear he may be in danger.
Good luck, friend.
Going for a walk. He's probably out visiting the little common girl he fancies so much. Ghosts. By the way, this is probably some of the best insight into Type 2 undead we have ever seen. I know I've said that a lot about Legion. Hey, they're finally turning such and such into a lore point. But this is an entire society of Type 2 undead.
I am listening. Go in peace.
As you must know, I have a really dumb side quest. Okay. You know what? No. What else you got?
May the stars guide you.
Yeah, no, we're gonna skip that one too.
Good luck, friend.
He wants to make booze. I'm just gonna spoil. He wants to make booze. He tells us to go get eggs from murlocs and hydras, and he mixes that into his alcohol at the end. Boom, that's his quest. We're just gonna straight up skip that. It's not worth the time. And I didn't know they did that, Uther. That's, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but wow. So what are Type 2 ghosts? So Type 1 are constructs. They're the most bare bones of undead. All they are is just golems made of body parts, right? Pretty much anybody can do Type 1 undead. Like, it would take a standard mage like a month or so to learn Type 1 undead. It's a joke. It's also what most necromancers practiced before the Third War, before the introduction of the Lich King. Then there was Type 2. Type 2 are natural. What you normally think of as a ghost or a specter or a wraith, you know. You die, you still have some attachment to the world, so you stick around, right? Now, what's interesting here is these are actually artificial natural undead. Bear with me. The idea is all of these people were brutally murdered by Azshara, by the way, thanks for that, and done so in a way that cursed them to remain here. So they're all natural undead who are being kept here against their will. Make sense? Type 3 is more what you're used to from Warcraft 3 onwards. Talking, thinking undead. You know, there's actual... They may or may not have their soul attached. That's a whole other thing. But, you know, the Forsaken are Type 3 undead, to use an example.
I should never have opposed Queen Azshara.
Hello, Farondis. You seek the Tidestone of Golganath. Yes, I know where it lies. It's in a place with which I prefer not to return. You may be of use to me. In the midst of the Naga attack, this horde fishmen flopped their way onto the lands and raided our graveyards. They steal the bones of our ancestors and the bones of my people. Help me bring solace to my people, and I'll tell you more about the Tidestone.
It is through you that I will have redemption.
Now, I have to AFK briefly, like I just said. I'll be right back. Oh, jeez. Okay, so while I'm doing this quest, I wanted to respond to what Huthor said. Then I need to respond to Ross's question. Oh, man, you're right. BFA and Last Jedi were, like, right next to each other, weren't they? I am so sorry, Huthor. No, not as a dig. Like, I mean that sincerely. Now, I have never been quiet about the fact that I'm not a big fan of Last Jedi. However, in the interest of honesty, I always have to admit, A, I've never seen it a second time, so I'm not sure of my codified opinion, and much more importantly, B, you don't attack someone for their opinion over a frickin' movie, right? Like, I feel that resides so far under the duh category that it barely even needs to be said.
You are no match for the might of our forces.
Sorry, everyone, I'm no match for the might of their forces. We gotta pack it up. Everyone head home. I mean, I think StarCraft 2 is the best game possibly ever made. And I have the math to back that up. That's actually a pretty unpopular opinion, believe it or not. I'm really looking forward to BFA Uthor, for what it's worth. I have no idea how it's going to line up. Get out from under there. You're a ghost! Idiot. Thank you, stranger. I know what happened. I heard a loud crashing noise, and I found myself stuck beneath this beam, and ever since then I've just been waiting. Have you been waiting there for 10,000 years? Now where did that lovely girl run off to? Oh my god, he was cheating. Idiot. So now I have to respond to Ross's question. But unfortunately, Ross bailed on me because it took me too long to respond to him. I don't blame him.
Elune Adore. Be careful.
I can't tell you how relieved I am that he's returned. Honestly, life in the palace hasn't been the same without him. Everything seems to have lost its color. Perhaps now we can go back to our normal lives.
Asha Fela.
Aldrich, you weren't out consorting with that servant girl, were you? What? No, of course not. I was visiting a different girl. Well, at least he's honest.
I am listening.
You see, you found this message in a bottle. How quaint. Yes, I can point you in the right direction, but you sure you want to take on this bunch of sea giant prince and his scrogs just to free a bunch of unwashed sailors?
Farewell.
We've actually already done this quest. I just wanted to get rid of that, so moving on.
Azsuna was once beautiful. 10,000 years ago.
My people may not care much for me, but that will not stop me from caring for them.
Ishnuala.
Our bones are all we have left in existence we left behind a long time ago. He stares intently into your eyes. Stay with me, Demon Hunter. I will help you find your Tidestone.
Don't blindly trust in anyone, especially your leaders.
Ah! Your quest for the Tidestone intrigues me. More than that, it suits me quite well. I have been in need of a champion for a very, very long time. It is decided. I shall join you. We'll head east through Nar'thalas. Shall we depart?
May the power of the arcane be with you. I am taking my leave, Night Watchers. Though I doubt you will miss me. Stay close. Do not leave my side. How long has this road been flooded? I must have the ground. Hero, where are you going?
I love how even Farondis, who's generally a cool guy, refuses to sully his robes by walking on flooded road.
You have some nerve showing your face around here.
I'm sorry.
Just ghost things, am I right?
Many farewells.
Look out!
What? What's up? Oh my god, it's the Naga! Yeah, by the way, Farondis is actually a very powerful mage. No, really.
Coward.
One of the most common traits of Type 2 undead is they don't really have much of a sense of time.
You did this to us, Farondis.
I only did what I thought was right. Watch out!
You missed 3, too. Sorry. Okay, I'll clean up.
Hero, where are you going?
Bonus objective. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Thaldris, my trusted captain.
Hold right there. We will not let you into Nar'thalas again. Not after what happened last time.
I beg your forgiveness, Thaldris.
You sundered the land we called home. You denied us the release of death. 10,000 years of damnation for 10,000 elves. All because of your foolish alliances and botched politics.
What can I do to make amends?
I doubt there is anything you can do now, Prince.
What's the graphic requirements of Kata versus War Within, Lanareth? Then I have no idea, Lanareth. Ghosts is the answer.
I failed my people.
They have not forgiven me. We cannot blame them. Past aside, I am still their prince. Even in death, I will do what I can to protect my people. Never act as my champion. Find and defeat the creature that leads this Naga against the people of Nar'thalas. After all these years, you, a night elf demon hunter of all things, may be the instrument of my redemption.
Until we meet again.
I love this. You can do the bonus objective, which would take me like half an hour of grinding, Or I can just go kill a boss.
Your orders are clear. Find the Tidestone and return it to her glory, Queen Azshara!
Although we have these two to talk about as well.
These creatures only pretend to understand its power. The Tidestone belongs to Azshara, her radiance, the light beneath the tides!
You know,
Scour the sands,
I legitimately wonder if there's some actual
the ruins,
mind control going on with the Naga.
slay anyone and anything that gets in your path!
Like, they are really, really... Lady! They are really slavish to Queen Azshara. You ever notice that? Like, that's consistent for, like, all the Naga. Pretty much forever. Like, Azshara is the great and wonderful light and joyous, wondrous... Oh, my gosh. Right? Like, they do not let go of her dick, I swear.
Elune be with
Hi. Never rip, right? The Archmage is in Dalaran said we might find you here. My brother and I are on a reconnaissance mission. We're looking for our parents. We've lived our entire lives thinking our family was killed in Azsuna several thousand years ago, but look, most of the elves here are ghosts. He's been looking through books, but we could use some help.
Elune light your path.
Greetings.
In order to find the spirits of our family, I will need to scry. Someone's here to say... Oh, sorry. They're here to help us find Mom and Dad. The Naga carry magical trinkets. Okay, let's go get them.
Friend.
Exactly, Huthor. That makes me really fascinated for the possibility of a future Naga thing, right? Anyway, sorry. Ross, I apologize. I'm taking even longer to answer your question, but it's so stupid. When do you think, before I actually answer, when do you think FF6 hooked me? Now, there's actually two answers to that. There's like the thing that got me just invested to the point where hell yes. And then there's the thing that wouldn't let me go. Like I was just like, okay, I have to beat this game now. Even though it took me... So, I didn't own FF6 for years, actually. So I was playing via rentals, which would mean I'd have to start over again each time. Or my friend Vincent's copy. The science section is the latter. That's the no really part. So, yeah, good guess. Can you guess the first thing that made me think, I'm really going to like this game? You know what I mean, right? Like you sit down for a game or a movie or a show or a book, and something just kind of makes you think, this is going to be my bag, isn't it?
Where is the Tidestone?
It's right here.
Make you fool! Enough of this! The Tidestone will be ours!
The opening. Actually, yes. FF6 was not my first or even 5th or 15th JRPG. And really think for a moment about how most JRPGs, including Final Fantasy games, start. Think about FF4. Or like the old Dragon Quest. Or think about like Lufia or Earthbound or whatever. Secret of Mana. FF6 started with a thunderstorm over a snowfield and deep, like, Gregorian organ, right? Church organ. Immediately caught my attention. Yeah, Chrono Trigger. Dun 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 dun. Ba 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 ba. And then FF6 starts, and if you let it play for like a couple of seconds, a title crawl plays. And during the title crawl, what you see is a very dark and dour narration setting the premise and making it very clear just how bad things are at the very beginning of the story and what kind of tone and flavor the story was going to have. Also, keep in mind, FF6 has what I've usually heard referred to as a deeper color palette. Something that most NES games don't even try for. Oh, yeah, then there's the PS1 intro, which is total garbage, as we all know. The most worthless thing ever. I'm pretty sure Hitler himself actually made the PS1 intro, I think. I'm not actually sure about that. Someone fact-check me on that. The point being that on the SNES version, which is what I was referencing, the intro just immediately jumps into that.
Failure. Murderer. Fool. Butcher.
Stop. Stop the voices, I beg you.
You okay, Farondis? Well, it's okay. Just ask ChatGPT. I'm sure it will give you a very accurate answer. So I'm not going to read these books out loud. Don't worry. I'll summarize what they're telling you. Ah! I knew it! Good evening, J. Palmer. But before we get to the much more dour story of Farondis, let's go help these kids find their parents, shall we? I like how they have a flying carpet.
Hello.
I would have brought my own spell focus if someone hadn't been rushing me.
May the stars guide you.
Perfect.
Till next week.
Hey, Othel, listen to this. Just get a load of this, brother. Remember how Queen Azshara was working with the demons? Well, apparently when Farondis frowned, he was like, no! And then Queen Azshara was like, how dare you defy me! And then she got so mad, she turned everyone into cursed spirits. Oh. Sorry. Wonderful sister.
Can I assist you?
My sister tries my patience sometimes. Yeah, relatable. No matter, I've identified a few locations our parents might be. I shall search the area with Callista. You've already helped us so much. Would you help us look to the east? You can use my scrying orb.
Illuminate your path.
Sure. I'll just take that. Vroom, 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 vroom. Okay. Here's a completely empty place with nothing in it. Cool, cool, cool. There's some Naga attacking the air. Fascinating.
I am honored. Be careful.
Final Fantasy VI, Trihexia. So, Chrono Cross. This is kind of a cop-out answer here, but it's true. I hated Chrono Cross when it first came out. So much so that I didn't even finish the game until years and years later. And when I finally went back to it and actually finished it, I hated the ending so much that I've hated it ever since. Hang on. Before you judge me, which you have every right to, the problem is, that's my only exposure to Chrono Cross. Playing it all the way through, essentially twice, or rather, across 2 periods of time. So, the real answer is, I have no idea what my opinion of Chrono Cross is. I've never looked at it with an analytical eye, and, well, I haven't played it in literal years. Oh my god, come on! Come on! More immolates! Aww. I still managed 5. I will say this, even people I know who are very fond of Chrono Cross wish it had no connection to Chrono Trigger. That's a pretty common sentiment.
Out with the tides!
Someday I do plan to review it. For my own sake, if no one else's. I don't think anybody's going to like that stream, but that's okay. I don't think anybody likes any of my streams. What? Callistia and Othel? Othel are here? I thought we'd lost them forever. Hurry up, let's find them! And she immediately fireballs her husband. Like, you can see where they get it from. Or where she gets it from, excuse me.
Elune be with you.
Yep, you can see your mother and father again. Now, here's a really interesting thought for you. The specific reason they can see their parents again is because their parents are a specific type of undead. Cursed undead. So thanks, Azshara. One good thing came out of you being an evil jackass.
Failure.
Okay, so we already kind of Heard this.
Murderer. Fool.
Your people treat you with contempt. Why? What did you do?
Stop the voices, I beg you.
I damned our people. I brought about the destruction of our ancestral homeland. I killed them all. It is because of my folly our people cannot experience the relief of death. My failures led to our people of this cursed, ghostly half-existence. Wait, you did this? Why? How? I was a poor leader. I was blind. I chose the wrong path. I cannot go into more details, please. I'm certain I'll be revealed in good time.
May the power of the arcane be with you.
She spoke of the Tidestone. That sea witch must not realize how truly close she is to finding it. We should move quickly. We're close to your prize, and the Naga are closing in.
Don't blindly trust in anyone, especially your leaders.
Again, the mod doesn't exist yet, so this tracks. The echoes of Nar'thalas still haunt me, and I cannot bear the pain of this accursed town any longer. I may be able to get you closer to the Tidestone, however. He narrows his eyes with newfound determination. We will need to skirt around the edge of town. Follow me.
Until we meet again. It is through you that I will come with me.
By the way, I love the plot beat of Farondis' story. I don't want to talk about it too much yet. I just wanted to say that. And yes, I realize that means that I like all of the major plot beats of Legion's zones. Oh God.
Truly sorry.
What is wrong with me? Like Stormheim and the revelation of Odin and just how horrible of a person he is. High Mountain and, you know, the actual tribes of the Tauren and the usage of the hammer of Khaz'goroth. And then, of course, we have Val'shara and the race against the Nightmare. And finally, Farondis. By the way, notice how, despite doing 2 quest arcs here, we're still only at 43% of that stupid bonus objective. I love how he refuses to let water touch him. He's a ghost! You're a ghost! Ah, princes, am I right?
The Nar'thalas Academy. This is where it all happened. Don't blindly trust in anyone, especially your leaders.
No to the first question, J. Palmer. Give me a sec on the second question. This is the end of the road for me. I can't bear to look at them. Moreover, my mere presence puts you in danger. Beyond this point, you must walk alone.
It is through you that I will have redemption.
The sunken structure on the other side of this was once called Nar'thalas Academy. The center of magical studies in all of Azeroth. You should have seen her in her full splendor. The Tidestone should be locked up within. I dare not enter, but you, my champion, can go with my blessing.
May the good luck on your quest for the Tidestone, hero. I dare not enter that academy, but I swear I will aid you in whatever way I can.
Could use some upkeep. I keep meaning to toss out invites, Linareth, and I just haven't had time. Academy caretaker, provisioner, and housing director.
What brings you here?
New student?
Denadris.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Look at you. You look like you just walked in off the street. Where are your robes and hat? And don't tell me you wandered into the academy without your wand and spellbook. Freshman. Pull yourself together. Maybe I'll consider letting you into the academy.
May the stars guide you.
The librarian speaks in hushed tones. One problem with maintaining such a large arcane library is the books often pick up errant enchantments and start darting about on their own. Those over-magicked books need to be destroyed. If you encounter any of these exasperating essays, please put them down quietly.
May the stars guide you.
Well, alright, Linharith. Hit the stream brakes. What side are you on? Bregwin, you want an invite too? Also, I need to know which side you're on. I think it's gonna be healing. Maybe. There she is. Give me a minute. Oh. Oh God. So, what type of undead are in Diablo? To my knowledge, the overwhelming types of undead in Diablo are a variant of type 2. Natural undead, or artificially induced naturally undead. That's wrong. There we go. Alright, hang on. Do I seriously not have the... Hang on. Oh, it's Velvaxis. Whoops, I'm on the wrong character. Hang on. Well, most of the undead in the Diablo setting are cursed. So they're aware whether they want to be or not. You know, haunting dead, my torment, that kind of a thing. You're what you would refer to usually as typical undead, or classic undead, or however you want to think of it. The Siren Isles calls to you. Yeah, right to the ball. Let's go. Stop doing that. Sorry, hang on 1 second. That's what I thought. Oh god, they've changed the interface. They've changed the interface. How do I... No, I'm trying to figure out how to change ranks and rank permissions so that I can invite people on characters that are not the character I'm currently on. Where's guild settings? Oh, it's right there. God damn it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so rank permission. There we go. Okay. So yes. There we go. Hey. That's better. I can mess with the rest of it later. Okay, so. Where's Lune Ruth? Lunera. Who is Lune Ruth? Airbacks. J. Palmer. Okay, and now... Anyone else on Alliance while I'm standing at it? I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it, Verlictum? Hang on, cure white noise. I spelled that correctly. I apparently did not. Yeah, I thought no, okay, whatever. A little bit. Odalia? No. Can I just not G-invite all of a sudden? What the hell? Oh, you probably have it blocked, guys. I should know. I do. I've had to do that on all my characters that I've been using for the run. Because if I get no feedback at all, that probably means it's blocked. Alright, hang on, let me get the with here. Push your glitch, rip your soul out. Okay, cool. I don't actually know, Spartan. Yeah, I was gonna say, could you come to me? I know it's a weird ask, but I cannot appear to
It's so nice to see you.
Invite you. I know, Huthor. It would be so much easier to just be like, boom. It wouldn't actually surprise me if they try something like that in the future. They tried this community thing for a while there. But the community thing was also per character, and that was its own problem. It needed to be per account. Odarlia? Larcia? No? I actually just had a thought. I think I figured it out. Hang on. Ilaricia Dash. You are in Khadgar. Did you get that one? Hey, okay. And Pillars of Snow is Odarlia Dash Asgalore. Grab Spartan while we're here. So, Guardian. Okay, so Odarlia, this is Pillars of Snow. Rip out your soul, yada yada yada. Your white noise. And then, I think I tossed out the invite to Spartan. You might have it blocked. Or be in a guild. What do you think of my transmog, by the way? I know I've shown it off before. I'm actually quite fond of it. These are the boots from Legion, the pants and chest piece from Wrath, shoulders from a different Wrath suit, helmet from Vanilla, belt from Legion, weapons from BC, and cloak from Pandaria. None of the helms really fit, which is why I kind of defaulted to this. Get Spartan in here. Although I haven't messed with this this suit since Legion. The gloves, I mean, I'm actually not sure what the gloves look like. Hang on a second. My bar is completely wrong.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
Yeah, I actually lost my outfit, it looks like. Oh no, here we go. Those are the wrong gloves. There we go. Maybe?
Beware of Yeti!
There we go. A little better. Okay. Is anyone else in the Alliance? Well, that was kind of the idea. If I'm being completely honest, at this point in time, I consider guilds mostly a metric, or not a metric, a method? Let's say a method of how to not get guild invites. Like, it's your guild protection. Okay, so it looks like that's everything. Switching to the Horde. You know, I'm not actually sure who's in charge of the guild on the Horde side. Should be you. Yep, guilds are... Are guilds still faction? You know, I'm not actually sure of that. Nope, it's actually me. Oh no, it's packs. That's fine, that's whatever. Okay, so okay, apparently I could just invite everyone to the Horde. I didn't actually know that. I'm sorry. I might standardize everything under that, which that never were at some point. But for now, okay, so... Sorry for taking so long there, Bragwin. And... Yep. Dash, and you are on Khadgar. Those that never were, Spartan. Aside from being an obvious Kingdom Hearts reference... Hang on one sec, Verdictum. Aside from being an obvious Kingdom Hearts reference, the main reason that the guild was named this was originally, this was supposed to be where I hid my ults that nobody knew about. Because remember, I was an Alliance main back in the day. I swear I already invite you. You're already in a guild. Which is this guild. How dare you? Okay, let's get you out of that. I swear there used to be a thing. Here it is. Never mind, I found it. Wow, some of these people haven't been on in 2 years now. Oh, that later. Number. Glenn. Make sure nobody's in the penalty box. Looks like Primarch is. Who shouldn't be. Let's pull him up there. And I am. Penalty box is exactly what it sounds like. You have no permission to do anything, including chatting in guild. This is back when... It's a consequence of back when, you know, I actually used this guild for raiding and stuff. So, no guild money for repairs, no access to the bank, no chatting in guild. Wrath? J. Palmer? I don't know. Who am I missing here? Fife. Alexaria dash. Yeah, but when were guild repairs added? Like the button. What I might do someday, assuming that's even a thing I can do, is collate everything under one guild. Now that that's truly cross-faction and cross-everything, right? Like, just be like, yeah, okay, here. That's what I thought. I might even spring for it. There it is. Guild name change, $20. Oh. So, sorry. Roleplay servers. I've never played on a roleplay server myself. I'm not into that. I've known plenty of people who have. And in a non-sexy kind of a way, too. Is that everyone? Real quick. Speak up or be abandoned. Going once. Going twice. I have no idea, Spartan. You would know this more than I would. I would like to finish Azsuna today, so please respond quickly. Okay. Ah! Is that to pay for the guild rename? Thank you, Fife, very, very much. As always. I will put that towards... hang on a second. Mario Kart 8, Half-Life 2, and FPSs. Sure thing, Huthor. Stab! Alright, so let's actually get our spell book. These people all drowned to death. Are you, like, practicing hitting each other with wands? Here, I'm gonna steal your hat, by the way. Just so you know. Oh yeah, this is all me right here. Oh man, Firelands raids. Oh, when Firelands was good. AKA when it was current, the only time it was good. I'm just going to take that. I feel like I've been reading this scroll for 10,000 years and I still don't understand. Yeah, that's a normal reaction to that. You guys okay? Oh god, we're almost to the Dragon Soul. The horror. The horror. I'm just going to steal your robe here. Don't mind me. Do I enjoy any of the bosses in the Dragon Soul? One of them. And it's entirely from a gameplay axis. It's the one that has, like, some of the least narrative reason for being there. Can you guess which one it is? Yeah, what's funny is I don't remember her name either. There we go. Hagara the Stormbringer. Her. Good fight.
I am honored.
Still trying to get into the academy, I see.
Good luck,
friend. Your hat and robes don't match, but you still look better. I hardly recognize you. Don't worry about the scattered pages and spines. All of my aids cleared up. Thank you. You may return to your duties.
Farewell.
Peace be with you.
Now, what is it you wanted? You're here to see the Tidestone. No. Only the Academy's headmistress has the keys to that chamber. She hasn't been opened the door in 10,000 years. Now, off to class. Go on, West Wing.
Go in peace.
All right, everyone, let's go to the West Wing. Actually, yeah, I just got it and threw it on the ground because I already have it. Oh, yeah, the lightning chaining was great. I loved it.
Hello.
Yes, the headmistress is in her study, but I can't have you bothering her right now. Classes are about to start.
Azshara fell out.
We'll start with some wand work. I'll have you set up a number of targets. Use your wand to hit as many as you can. No point-blank shots. That's cheating.
Good luck, friend.
Okay. Well, where's my targets? Oh, here we go. It was called Mystical Frosh Hat. Right. Yeah, you missed the Tomb of Sogaris. I think I'm the only person in the world who actually liked that raid. Not like best raid ever material, but I still liked it.
Ishnu Allah.
And looks like we're out of time for today's wand practice. Go on to your next class.
May the stars guide you.
Would you mind? I'm working on a very important paper and it's difficult to concentrate with you neophytes shooting everything in sight.
What brings you here?
What's this? A new confused student desperately trying to win favor with the headmistress? Wandering the halls without anything to do? Perfect! I need help. I'm writing a paper on combat. Here, grab me some books from the shelf over there.
Till next we meet.
I had a very interesting paper on a lowly kobold. Apparently they are more fierce than their visual affordance might suggest. Mention me a secondary reference on kobolds. Okay, here you go. Here's a kobold drawing. Here's an odd question. When did they add filters to the selfie? More pressing concern is the constant encroachment of the scrogs. Unfortunately, I'm afraid our library suffers a scarcity of information on these creatures. Find me a book on scrogs. Anything will do. I found something called the Courtship Rituals of the Scrogs. Lastly, I'd like to brush up on dragons. Blue dragons, specifically. We're currently on good terms with our northerly neighbors, but should our friendship wither, it can't hurt to know how they fight. It's actually a drawing of Stellagosa, by the way.
How may I help?
I agree. Research can be grueling work.
Elune light.
My hand's beginning to tire from taking so many notes. I think it's time we took a break.
Be careful.
Elune Adore.
Still aching to get in the headmistress's study, huh? I suppose I can let you in, as long as you prove you've been studying. Proper rune formation is essential when it comes to spellcasting. If you can draw a rune, you can cast a spell. I'll provide the outlines. You draw the runes.
Be careful.
I know some people who hate these quests. Those people are on crack. These quests are awesome. Now trace a fire rune. Careful, incorrect drawing will result in painful death. Didn't like painful death. Oh, I missed it. There we go. Finally, a frost rune. Don't forget the fifth circle. Everyone forgets the fifth circle. That will do for today.
What brings you here?
Exemplary work. With runes like these, you'll be graduating in no time.
Ashafela.
I have a suspicion you're avoiding your studies, but I can see you're anxious to see the headmistress. Very well.
Farewell.
Excuse me, are you the headmistress?
I am honored.
Yes, yes, what is this? If it's about the evocation final, the answer is no, you may not take it again. I need you to lead me to the Tidestone of Golganath. What? You are aware the Tidestone is under quarantine, has been so since the very day of Farondis' betrayal, correct? Yes. And you are also aware that infringement upon quarantine carries punishments as severe as death or even detention. I was not aware of that.
May the stars guide you.
You students have been warned countless times. I must make an example of you. I cast extra homework. That's actually the name of her spell. And if we fight her too much, she actually turns into a banshee. Because remember, she is a cursed ghost. I'll take that key. Thank you. I hope everything went all right in there. It went great. Thank you. As it should be, Lunareth.
Greeting.
Were you able to meet with the headmistress? Yes.
Farewell.
She gave the key. My word. I know, right?
May the stars guide.
I suppose you can go in, then. The shattered piece of the Tidestone are contained in the east wing. Even as curator, I cannot attest their condition. Oh, don't touch anything.
Farewell.
Of course. I would never.
You should not be here.
See you around, Loke. Have a good day. Or else. Jotting down some notes before I forget. Aw, see you around, Star. I hope the GMing went well. And I hope the recovery is going well. And I noticed that the ley line is breaking into the academy. Jesus. Did y'all stop breaking the ley lines for 5 seconds? God.
This place is not for you.
Okay.
This place is not for you.
I'll just turn this in here. Ah!
How perfectly convenient! The brainless oaf led us right to the Tidestone! Our queen beneath the tides can reassemble the pieces! As for you, you will make an acceptable slave.
I do love being a slave. What should we do with this one? Torture? Hard labor? Kill it? I say we kill it. Good idea. Let's kill. Ah! Huh? Ah! Hello, Farondis.
We are cursed to spend eternity as ghosts.
Of course, I couldn't sit back and let them just cart you away. I will explain everything.
Until we meet again. Guilt overcame me. I could not simply wait while you fought my battles. I resolved to follow you into the academy.
And I still had those insane meteors. No, really. They're crazy.
I'd only reached the academy entrance when I saw those two Naga with you in tow.
Make sure that prisoner doesn't awaken, Parjesh.
Yes, my mistress.
I love how they're just dragging our face through the dirt.
Followed them as closely as I dared. I saw my chance. I would attack the Naga leaders and save you from captivity.
Begone, spirit! The Tidestone.
I love how fast his fireball is.
Now!
You deal with our guest, Thalyssra. I shall take the prisoner to the...
These are hard to pull off properly, but I think this is one of the better ones in WoW.
Curse you and your kind, elf! The queen herself will hear of this!
Does she remember that she's an elf?
Thalyssra and the Tidestone had evaded me. Rather than pursuing her, I set off to rescue you, my champion.
Probably the smartest thing you could have done. No, really.
I had finally found their slave pen. At the entrance to the cave, however, I ran into an old acquaintance.
Farondis, my most loyal subject. It's been too long.
That voice.
I'm sorry. You must not recognize me. Is this better?
Queen Azshara! You lead the Naga?
Poor deluded Farondis. Don't you remember? I quashed your rebellion 10,000 years ago. Do you remember how powerless you were to stop me? And look at you now, a specter of your former self, cursed to an eternity of undeath and ineptitude. I'm giving you an opportunity to kneel before me, Princeling. Maybe something can be done about that little curse.
To release my people's curse, to redeem myself, and secure my legacy. The people of Azsuna were, and always will be, too proud to kneel before your demonic allies, witch. And we will never kneel before you!
My wrath is coming.
Probably not, honestly, J. Palmer. And no, that's not a visage. She's just an illusionist. She always has been. I thought they changed actresses. I could be wrong. Never rip. Quest objective. What happened, Farondis? Well, you see. Let me loop. Oh, wow.
I believe you know the rest of the story. Yes?
Those Naga have the Tidestone shards. You'll soon be dragging them to their watery holes away from our reach. It'd be wise to take out their leaders before that happens.
Don't blindly trust in anyone. The Naga will not wait long before turning the Tidestone against us. We should make haste.
Oh, poor guy. So that cutscene that just happened is not just a good scene. It's, it's actually a plot point, which I'll talk about in just a moment. I've been holding off on talking about this whole time. So sorry, what he just said is, you lucky lady, you can break your chain and walk right outdoor. Gold can break chains very easy, but can gold fit outdoor? Nope. I mean, the Legion voice acting problems continue, Uthor. For whatever reason. Whatever the reasoning is. Given the timeline, it wouldn't surprise me if this was still some post...
Pardesh! Rally the rest of our forces! I shall make short work of this minor interruption!
The post-Titan fallout.
Hate coil! Seize them!
So all the ghosts came to our aid. But why? They've been doing nothing but spitting on him the entire time we've seen them. Since literally the beginning of this quest arc.
I failed my people.
My people fought for us. The Warlord Parges escaped through the portal. Indeed. And it's time to kill his ass.
Why, Thaldris? Why did you and your men come to my aid? I thought you despised me.
We saw what you did.
Any elf with the courage to stand up against the Queen herself is worth following.
The Night Watchers are yours to command once more, my prince.
I'm glad to have your loyalty again. It's been a long time, Thaldris. We are cursed to spend eternity as ghosts.
So they don't say it outright. But what's happening here is, if you pay attention to what all of the ghosts say to him, the specific things that they blame him for, it's very clear that they actually thought that he was with Azshara. And that he was playing at politics in Ashara's court. There was actually a lot of that happening back during the War of the Ancients and the lead up to it. So they assumed that he was playing at politics and trying to garner position and then trying to usurp Azshara. You know, claim the throne for himself. So for 10,000 years, the ghosts have all hated him because he got them all killed and then cursed for his arrogance and for his, his ego, his vanity, his ambition. Now you might think, well, but that's not true. And you're right, if you've been paying any attention whatsoever. What actually happened was he was resisting Azshara's rule. He actually led an early, possibly the earliest insurrection against her and her forces that failed. For which, you know,
It's like meeting again for the first time.
all of his people were killed and then cursed. Now, what I love about this is so wonderfully...
Heroes of the Alliance,
Raytheon, I swear
the
to God.
Dragon Isles have...
This is so wonderfully haunted, right? As we've already showcased in this story arc, for honestly, I would say the first time in the entire franchise, ghosts have been written properly. Because ghosts aren't supposed to be like people. They're not true undead, not type 3s, right? They don't really have the same sentience or ability to think because they're ghosts. That's what a ghost means. It is an echo or a piece of someone who is held to a specific area, usually by some kind of curse or some kind of attachment to the living world, right? So they have all hated him because they blamed him for their state, and he has hated himself because he blamed himself for their state. So he never explained to them, and they never bothered to do anything, and so they just 30 go to tend. Agreed, Uthor. For, 10,000 years. And that makes sense. It isn't until he is directly confronted by Azshara, she gives him a chance to kneel, probably the worst possible thing she could offer him, and he defies her to her face, that they realize, oh! And the moment that revelation happens, that reach contextualizes everything. And yes, in lore, what should almost assuredly happen here is all of them pass on pretty much right here. Or more accurately, in just a few minutes after I finish this dungeon. I like this plot point, I'm sorry. So I've done this a lot lately, but for once we're actually going to do this, in character, like it actually counts. Isn't that reading a lot into it? No. Okay, so, let's see here.
Intruders, they will not get far.
This is the asshole who just tried to enslave us.
You can't stop storm.
He's a little dead. Now, you can actually go that way, but it's more irritating to go that way, so we're going to go this way. So the rain starts. It's still, you know, it's still sunny. There's still clouds. A few clouds, but the rain started. Oh, that's a good point, J. Palmer. You have to kill some of these trash because they're keeping her safe. She's the other one we just dealt with during that quest chain. Yeah, I even have a term for that, Darker. I call it rider factor. And Lord knows, Warcraft has had variable rider factor over the years. But I don't think this is reading too much into it. Also, really quick aside, how many of you even noticed that the Tidestone of Golganath is up there in the air, just hovering over the Roth? This is a great fight. Check this out. Water, land. That should convey all of that you need to know about the fight right there. So, land for when there's lightning on the water. Water for when there's attacks on the land.
Continue the ritual! I will handle these fools! Can you feel the winds? They come for you.
Okay, now it's completely overcast. The rain's getting worse. Also, something else is going to start happening soon. Oh god, J. Palmer, that's awful. Yeah, something annoying. These seagulls. No, I'm not actually joking. Screw these seagulls. So these seagulls, I forget what they do. Hang on, let's taunt one. Is it a stun? They might not be able to hit me with it. Okay, so yeah, it's the stun. Yeah, so they're annoying. They're yellow mobs, which means latent AoE will grab them, and they love to roam. There it is. And they love to roam into the fight. So you see how there's wind pushing me around? So now that we're this far into the dungeon, the wind's going to start pushing us around, which brings us to our third boss. A lot of bosses in here, relatively speaking. Oh, you don't. You know. So now the storm's getting worse. We're actually starting to see lightning crashes. Much harsher rain, too. Yeah, Hunter Barrage. Whoops. Stun. Jesus. For what it's worth, I like this dungeon on a gameplay axis, which, as usual, irritates me. It doubly irritates me in this case because narratively, there's not actually much going on here. It's some interesting trash and some interesting bosses, and I love the fact that the terrain of the dungeon changes for each boss you kill, thereby making each boss a little bit harder than the previous ones just because now you're fighting the lightning and the wind and all that fun stuff. But from a story axis, we're just here because Azshara has decided, for some reason, to go ahead and pour the power of the Tidestone of Golganath, which, I mean, obviously BFA wasn't written yet, but she's got one of the Pillars of Creation, and she's using it to pour a crap ton of arcane energy into one of her sacrifices, and yes, I'm going to phrase it that way on purpose, in order to create an abomination, a chimera, in order to attack people. Why? You'll notice that she's also after the Tidestone during the second to last raid, by which point BFA was probably actually written, and it makes more sense that she's after the Tidestone.
You killed my son! Your punishment! The storm awakens!
Like, honestly, this is... I'm not going to give this a negative, because it's nothing. There's nothing going on here. We're here because we just had an entire zone, good zone, about fighting the Naga. Well, half of a zone, fighting the Naga. So we have to have a Naga dungeon. There's the Roth, by the way, up there. One of my favorite details about the Roth, I'll show it off when we get up there, is that most people I know never noticed that the Handmaiden, the sacrifice, is actually still in the thing. You see it? Right up there. I can't zoom the camera in, unfortunately. I can't do like a zoom and enhance, but you can see her right there in the chest, right? Of course, she would willingly sacrifice herself. Azshara is so amazing and wonderful, and I would do anything she asked of me. Anything. So yeah, so now we've got the waves, we've got the lightning, and we've got the wind, and I believe that's it. As far as weather effects. I do remember that the wind effect gets worse. At least during this fight. The good news about the wind effect is you technically aren't moving when the game is pushing you. So you can still cast while the game is pushing you around. And yeah, no, by this point, she's fully on Team N'Zoth, so,
All will be eradicated to water eternal.
And there's the Tidestone. I think you're right, Uthor. It's probably one of the weirdest story dips in the whole thing. It's just like, hey, and then this. And that really is like the extent of the story for that. I almost skipped it, but it is kind of relevant for what we're about to do. I'll get that down to 1. No, I do agree, Uthor. Honestly, a lot of expansions feel like, and then there's this, and I'm just like, why? Like, honestly, that's been true since BC. Archmage Khadgar has set aside this spot for the Tidestone of Golganoth.
It has been ages since I have seen the Tidestone whole, but there it stands. I and my people owe you a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. Please, return to Azsuna as soon as you can. There is much yet left to do.
So, what I probably would have done is in this scene, rather than have him be like, hey, go back, have him move on. Like, I was talking about that earlier, right? That's the moment in which they probably should have been relieved of their curse. Especially since we just beat the crap out of the Wrath of Azshara, canonically. And him and his people were able to move on. There's still plenty of things you can make world quests out of out there, so it's not like you need to have the undead still active. Actually, yeah, J. Palmer. Pretty much just like the Ghost Army thing in Return of the King. But then, the Jailer. Honestly, make the Azure Wing a rep instead of Farondis. It makes more sense anyways. Hello? Oh! It's because I'm not time walking. Right. The good news is we should be set to start Suramar tomorrow. Bad news is it's not letting me. So hang on. The good news is I can actually skip the lead up here. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I can literally talk to Khadgar right now and be like, hey, let's start Suramar. And he'll be like, you got it. He'll punch me in the face. And I'll be like, what? Why? Because I hate your face. Oh, okay. If I had one big regret about WoW, like if I was to zoom the camera as far out as possible, it's the fact that there's so little... They don't allow things to change or have impact, because it's an MMO. What we just talked about is a perfect example of that. Farondis and his people should be gone, but he's a rep, And there's still world quests and other quests that go through that area, so he's still around. Why? Because it's an MMO. MMOs build themselves on the concept of being in a static state. It's actually part of the term, persistent world.
Just make sure it isn't corrupted by the Burning Legion or old gods, okay?
It's literally part of the definition of an MMO, is having a persistent world. Some of the older MMOs would either try to change the whole world state to accommodate story, which was extremely confusing to people who weren't keeping up with things or new players, or would just allow you to hop between world states, which is actually kind of what WoW does if you think about it. Thanks to time walking. Although that's actually pretty recent. I mean, look at all the issues we've had in Stormwind and Orgrimmar, for God's sakes. AFK very briefly. Don't worry, I'll head on a flight path first.
We are all that stands between the Legion.
Honestly, ditto, Uthor. Whoops. Sorry. I mean, maybe they'll just do a separate server thing. We've already got Classic, right? You want to play the old game? There it is, over there. Just call World of Warcraft, or the World of Warcraft we've been playing all these years. The whole thing, Classic, right? No, that's a bad idea. Don't call it Classic. It needs to be different. Because, yeah, we still need to retain actual Classic, you know, vanilla. Legacy, there we go, that's a good word. Huh. Okay, so this is interesting. It won't let me interact with the map. That is fascinating. Okay, that, Yeah, let's relog, because that's not how that should be. Give it a few seconds. Good night, J. Palmer. Get some good rest. Nope. Still can interact with the map. I'm almost positive this quest isn't required. Let me just double check. Let me just look it up really quick. Does anyone else dislike the fact that Wowhead is so cluttered with so much extra crap that it takes forever to load nowadays? I kind of wish there was like just a database version of Wowhead. Just the search engine, nothing else.
Lord, there is one.
I actually have a subscription to Wowhead because it's worth it. They provide an extremely valuable service. Okay, it is literally just a breadcrumb, nothing else. Huel. I use Firefox, Huthor, so we're just going to abandon this quest. There we go. Wait, what's like the most meme answer I could give to that? I use Edge. Or Internet Explorer. Somehow.
You've arrived just in time. It is a world of wonder.
Okay, so yeah, that is the quest that takes us here.
Always happy to help.
I think he was brave on my phone. Sorry, I'm debating if I want to start Suramar. It's a long zone, but I don't like splitting it up like that. Let me double check something really quick. Where are we at? So we have done... We're not doing that, we did that. That's later, that's later. We did that, we just finished that, we did that, we did that, we did that. We did that, that's later, that's later. We've already done that. So that is all the dungeons. We're caught up there. And obviously we're as caught up as we're getting for the moment for the raid, so that's correct. And this is it. No, screw it, let's just get some progress. I like progress, I like getting ahead. I want the LGAs to happen. Yeah, Suramar, that's just... Because Suramar is actually in chunks. And there's a giant question mark on the Suramar quests. Now, I've done some prep work in case we get time or rep locked. But I'm curious if we do, because if we do, then that's some negatives. So let's do it. Let's start Suramar.
I was hoping to see you. Remain vigilant.
For the last 10,000 years, the elven city of Suramar has been sealed in an arcane barrier, much like Dalaran once was. That barrier has come down. Since then, waves of magical energy have been emanating from the city like ripples in a pond, and it was in these waves I sensed a pattern. A spell encrypted in the chaos. I've recreated it here. It's not dangerous. Beyond that, I have no idea what it does.
Any disturbance should catalyze the sequence. Just give it a poke or something.
Yeah, 1 second, please. Okay.
Be mindful of your duty.
Let's see what happens then.
Ethel Kanesh. I am Thalyssra of the Shal'dorei, the Nightborne, first Arcanist in the court of Suramar. My people have made a dire pact, one that spells doom for this world. Time is short. If you have found this message, you are capable of finding me as well. Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope.
Notice she is nightfallen. In other words, she has begun withering, but she's not actually at the point of being fully withered yet. Keep that in mind.
Let's get to work. Remain vigilant.
Magical message in a bottle slipped right under the Legion's nose. Clever.
Always
Yeah, Thalyssra is a pretty good mage. And very, very good arcane mage. The Nightborne could prove powerful allies against the Legion. We must aid this Thalyssra if we can. We have to make sure that no matter what, she ends up marrying Lor'themar. I mean, we should be able to find her by tracking her magical echoes, the same way I found her distress call. I can teleport you near the location where she recorded the message. From there, you must search for ripples in the very fabric of the arcane itself. My wand should do the trick. Follow the sparks it creates. They'll lead you to the places where she used her magic.
It is a world of wonder. Be careful, champion. The land of Suramar has been wild for 10,000 years.
I'm actually excited. Isn't that silly? I've been looking forward to reviewing Suramar for literal years.
She must have come this way. Keep looking.
Peekaboo.
To Eras Valor.
Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope. Ithnala Kanesh. I hope someone out there is listening.
He winces in pain.
Need to keep moving.
I love the quiet desperation of this section. I also love how they show us multiple perspectives on what happened here and what is happening here.
Wrath! Withered. I must be getting close.
Note the corpse is still there.
Wrath Domas!
And those corpses, which this scion in the present is investigating. She's probably only maybe an hour ahead of us here. Maybe. She's also pretty far gone. And thanks to the events of Azsuna, we know exactly what happens to someone who finally gives in to withering. So we are in a hurry. And yeah, this does such a great... God, it's just good storytelling. I don't know what else to put it. It's just good storytelling. And frankly, that's kind of rare in WoW, especially at this era.
Stand down, Erasmus. Can you not see that Elisand has forsaken us? Anna! That will buy me some time.
So, the image of her in the past casts a time block on this guy. In the present...
Die! Time stop sped. She will pay for that. This is not your business, Outlander. Thalyssra has betrayed the Grand... Witness the power of the Nightborne! Who are you?
Dead. Aren't you a demon hunter, not a death knight? Look, shut up. And there she is. Not that, like I said, she's not that far ahead of us. And remember, she's running out of mana, and she's using it on the withered.
Aran Arcana.
Outlander, what are you hiding? I mean, did you receive my message?
Suramar must be free.
I have much to tell you, but it's not safe to speak here. I cannot hold the barrier forever. She lifts a delicate flask to her lips, and her eyes shimmer as she takes a sip. If we push through, we may find shelter up ahead.
Anratha Adore. Wrath Anutanos! We must take care. The withered ones prowl this area, ravenous in their hunger for magic and flesh alike. Such is the fate of Nightborne, who cannot drink of the Nightwell. This is my fate as well. Unless... Look out! Irath Omnas!
There's a couple ways to do this.
Get them off the barrier!
Those things shrink the barrier as they channel into it. But you're pretty much safe in the barrier, and the barrier will do damage to them as they go into it. If you go out, you can fight them, but they do hurt. And if you're not equipped or geared, or prepared, excuse me, they will kill you. So, already some good quest design in this, like, reverse escort situation
My
here.
strength is fading. We must find shelter.
Yeah, I have actually died during this quest before. Especially if you go straight from a fresh character leveling and not even finishing the zones to just right here. What was that, Uthor?
I need a moment.
Oh yeah, and if you don't get rid of the beam people, they shrink the bubble.
The barrier is being drained.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I'd agree, 5. There's honest to goodness gameplay to it.
So many. Strange. Why do they not follow? I need to rest. The Nightwell calls to me.
You fight well. Perhaps it's time for a proper introduction.
Be careful.
She winces and holds her abdomen. I can ignore this wound no longer. Help me patch this up, I'll explain.
We are only as strong. 10,000 years ago, my city was radiant. The jewel of the Night Elf Empire. Suramar. Our people prospered for centuries. Until the Legion came. Entranced by the power they offered, our queen betrayed us to the ruin of the world. As destruction drew ever closer, a desperate choice was made. To conjure a powerful shield that would save our beloved city. It worked. Centuries passed. Without moonlight, without sunlight. To survive, we turned to the Nightwell, a font of great power in the city's heart. Slowly, it changed us. And ultimately, drew the Legion once more to our gates. They offered us a trade. The Nightwell for our lives. As the Elders planned their surrender, some of us rebelled. We failed. Now the devils have taken Suramar. And by the curse of the Nightwell, I am damned to wither away. As my city burns.
I hate how they do that in every cutscene. Can I just say that? WoW is addicted to ending every cutscene. This is the most dramatic cutscene. They do that a lot. They eventually stop. But man. Oh, Huthor. Oh, that would be painful. Oh, that would be... Yeah, they do the trailer cutscene thing too much. Did. I really should use past tense. Did. They did that in StarCraft 2 as well.
One day at a time.
My people have subsisted on the Nightwell for millennia. Ancient mana is our lifeblood. Without it, we become... Well, you saw them out there. She holds her flask aloft, gently shaking free the last precious drops. I'm afraid I've been rather reckless today. Already my senses are dulling. Without magic to feed on, I will turn. Please, find me something to feed upon. Anything.
The Shal'Darai will be redeemed.
Let's see what we got in here, shall we? So this is fascinating. What's the first thing we see? Several mana gems at the base of a burnt and rotting tree. Huh. I apologize in advance to anybody who does not actually like Suramar's music. We're going to be hearing a lot of it over the next, probably, couple of days, like the rest of today, and then, you know, tomorrow. And when we take the mana from it, the tree disintegrates, and all that's left is the pedestal that it was resting upon. I love the foreshadowing here. I love it. Mana from the leylands beneath Suramar creeps to the surface in many forms. And of course it's completely abandoned, as it should be. No, I completely get it, Uthor. That's just, whoa.
Greetings.
Thalyssra's eyes have dulled and her body is shaking uncontrollably.
Anratha Adore.
They never say it outright, but I've always gotten the very strong impression that she probably had hours left before she would have turned.
The Shaldarai will be redeemed.
It's actually funny. She sends out a very clever message that is so subtle, it would take a very skilled arcane mage to catch it. And there happens to be a city of mages right over there.
Suramar must be free. What is this place?
Imagine if there wasn't.
This chamber. I have never seen anything like it.
I've seen entirely too much of it. Ah!
So dark.
Oh yeah, did you also catch that those were banshees?
Inala.
Undead elves, to be very clear.
Much better.
So that's more foreshadowing.
Old teleporters. Not so different from the ones in Suramar City. Seems they are inactive. Let us explore downstairs. Watch your step.
I'm a demon hunter, thanks.
Strange. The floor looks like a map. And we are at the center.
It's a crappy map, I'm just gonna say that.
One thing is certain. Leyline energy is being fed into this chamber from elsewhere. What could have required such power? A weapon, perhaps?
Nope.
And those keepers protecting it. How long their vigil must have been. I have more questions now than before.
Fair enough, Bragon.
For now, at least we know the withered have learned to avoid this place. And nobody from the palace would think to search for us here. It is a perfect refuge, a temporary home, until I can return to Suramar. But first, I will need allies.
You know, it's rude to talk about someone when they're right in front of you.
Our isolation has ended.
So she's stable on her thirst, which is good.
We are only as strong as our will. Be careful.
Without the night will to feed upon, my comrades and I will live off of the land itself. Ancient mana from underground leylands can reach the surface in many forms, often as crystals or gems. She picks up a small stone and whispers words of power, tracing a rune upon it with her fingertips. This stone will glow when ancient mana is nearby. Please gather as much as possible. It'll be a precious resource in the weeks to come.
We are only as strong as our will. Anratha Adore.
At certain points in Legion's history, getting ancient mana was a pain. I believe they've smoothed most of that over, but we'll see, won't we? Ancient mana is actually a currency and cannot be traded, which is a shame. I have a good 4,000 lying around on all my other characters. Ironically, several of these expansions are going to score better now than they would have in the day, and Legion is no exception to that, because several of the mechanics of Legion at the time were rough. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Terrible, one might say. Makes people quit the game. That's another good word for it. Yeah, go get the 80 soul fragments. Do 80 heroic dungeons. I did that. Yes, Suramar was both time-locked and rep-locked. Not the first time they'd done that, but, I mean, much, much worse than Landfall had done it. I'm actually quite curious if they've smoothed that over. Again, if they haven't, I have backup plans.
Greetings. Be careful who you trust.
Okay, we have now unlocked Ancient Mana as a thing, and we're going to go and put that down there.
Suramar must be free.
I was on my way to Ambervale in hopes of finding an old colleague. Arcanist Kel'danth was fascinated by the withered. He studied them for years, hoping to calm their feral nature, or even cure them. When one of his subjects escaped and ran amok in the royal gardens, he was ordered to cease his research and kill all withered. He refused. He was exiled. If Kel'danth lives, he is near withered, and withered are drawn to old settlements like Ambervale.
The Shal'dorei will be written.
There it is, so we're currently friendly. I'm also going to go out of my way to not go super hard into farming mana for the moment. We'll see how bad that gets. Somebody's been living here recently. The scroll bears strange lettering that glows warmly, beckoning your hand. As your finger traces the elegant symbols, a voice dictates the words in the mind, on the page in your mind. It seems the Nightborne have elevated even the simple note-taking to a sorcerer's art.
Day 5. Wards prove effective at deterring the withered, but do nothing for the cacophony of critters and beasts outside. The nights are so loud out here. I relish what little sleep I can manage. Tomorrow I begin looking for subjects.
I love the subtle implication there. That's the backup plan 5. The city was so locked off from everything, it's implied that everything that wasn't part of their extremely self-contained biome just wasn't there. They didn't have things like bugs and wind and rain. Right? A truly artificially maintained society, which is appropriate because they have two dominant themes in Suramar magically. Temporal and arcane. The small device of elegant nightborne design crackles gently with arcane power. Kel'danth's notes mention the wards keep the withered at bay. It seems you found some sort of spellcasting that does not tempt their ravenous appetite for magic. You can activate a few of these. While we're here. That's earlier than I expected. My Yeti order just shipped.
Day 9. Still no luck in communicating with the withered. I must regard this failure not as a measure of ability, but a measure of progress.
Also, they never state this outright, and I'm sure Warcraft doesn't give a damn enough about something so minute and insignificant. But you ever think about how bad the immune system of the nightborne should be? Speaking of ancient mana chunks, let's put that over there. That's up to you, Linareth. Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Day 14. The new subject, number 16, is special. His arcane essence is touched by some mysterious power. I have named him Theron.
I believe it is tied to item level in Earth, but I have no idea of the numbers. That is true, Monobrand. It would be interesting as just like a little world-buildy kind of side quest somewhere. Maybe the druids had to kind of work with them to help them to, you know, have an immune system. At all. Like, these people haven't eaten food in 10,000 years. I also have trouble finding these stupid notes. Yeah, exactly, Thalyssra. Which is exactly what happens with the withered. Sorry, I meant to talk about that. Sorry. All elves rely on magic to survive. All of them, to some extent or another. What they pull that source from varies. Pretty wildly, actually. It's kind of cool. But the Blood Elves and the High Elves, they had the Sunwell. And the Sunwell provided them with quite a bit of magical energy, but it was kind of a background radiation sort of a thing, you know? Kind of like the stuff we in real life are extremely used to and deal with on a literal daily basis. We don't even think about how much radiation we deal with on a daily basis because it's so normal to us, right? Now again, that's not really real life comparable. I'm just trying to relate this a little bit. So, elves, that is to say high elves, you know, normal elves, when they finally lost the Sunwell, back during the events of Warcraft 3...
Day 16. Breakthrough. Using Theron's essence as the base, I have crafted a spell that calms the withered. At least it works sometimes.
So when they lost the well, all of them felt the hunger. But none of them were really sure what it really meant or what to do about it. The well was so normal to them. If you remember, back in Warcraft 3, and Frozen Throne specifically, Kael'thas didn't even actually understand what was happening. He actually reaches out to Illidan being like, okay, my people are suffering these symptoms. What do? And it took Illidan to inform him of the fact that his people were addicted to magic. Well, addicted. Dependent on magic. Looks like I'm missing one somewhere. But the thing is, again, background radiation, right? So, they only take in a little bit on a daily basis. Now imagine that every single day of your life, you're living in a bubble, which is reverberating this same arcane temporal magic back in on itself endlessly and forever on a daily basis. You are flooded with magic. You literally drink magic for food. You actually repurpose wine, they call it arc wine, in order to serve as sustenance. You ingest magic through your breath, through your mouth as you're drinking and eating, and literally through your skin on a day-to-day basis. It actually converted the elves from night elves into nightborne because it was such a fundamental shift for them. That's cool and all, unless they're cut off from that by any means. And we know, it's already been mentioned, even as of this point in time, that the biggest penalty that they make people suffer, at least before the Legion shows up, is exile. You get kicked out of the field. Now, everyone inside actually thought that the world was destroyed, so they thought they were exiling you to be killed by demons. Instead, the people getting exiled were getting exiled and turned into withered. And remember, they decay in days, because they have such a higher dependency upon magic that they just can't withstand without it. And so they fall over. And that's exactly what happened to Runas. That was the Shel'Darai, I think? The guys in Dire Maul, Darkrai. I'm sorry, Linear, I don't understand your question. I apologize. Shendralar, that's it. Either way, Dire Maul. I'm bringing all this up because this actually fits continuity quite neatly for me. It makes perfect sense that these would descend so much faster and would thus be in much more dire straits, but it's also a direct parallel to what happened to the Blood Elves, and for the exact same reason. Now, the solution to fixing the Blood Elf situation was to reignite the Sunwell, and actually have light energies pouring through it in addition to arcane, in order to help sustain people and help them to have contact with the light. Join the light, Blood Elves. The light is the light. Just become light forged. Just do it. Just do it. Sorry. We're going to have to come up with a slightly different solution here, because there is no Nightwell. I mean, there is, but it's not a giant font of arcane power. It's something that's been generated thanks to it's been constructed. Ley lines have been rearranged in order to pump into a single source, and then a Titan artifact, which we have need of, by the way, is being used to convert that into the Nightwell. So that's non-sustainable. So what do we do about it?
Day 24. Awoke to a night elf's blade at my neck. He asked what I was doing to the withered. Searching for a cure, I replied. He merely grunted and disappeared into the woods.
Interesting.
Day 33. Low on arc wine. Theron making excellent progress. Shallan remains stubborn. Crystals becoming harder to find.
I'm sorry, which retcon, Uthor? Also, I just want to comment on that really quick. He mentions that he's using Arcwine rations. It is very... now we understand what Thalyssra was drinking when she was, trying to recover earlier during the initial quest chain. There's a lot of quiet details they just leave in the background for people to pick up on. Ah, I get you. Yeah... I know it would take a substantial amount of rejiggering of the story, but I kind of wish the whole place had been underwater until Gul'dan showed up back in Warcraft 2. It wouldn't completely soothe it over, because Warcraft 2 was still like 20 years ago or whatever. But it would be better than people being aware of this place for the last 10,000 years.
Day 40. A massive Ettin trampled through my workshop at Coraloon Manor. Scared him away with magic. Have a feeling he will be back.
Frickin' Ettins, am I right? I mean, yes, Spartan is going to be my answer to that. It was great. I loved it. Hey, Mr. Floyd. A bag containing countless pages of technical notes. Flipping through them, you find Kel'danth's last journal entry.
Day 50. The sky has turned black. Demons everywhere. And this hunger. This endless hunger. Subjects released. I can no longer protect them. My spell stone. Someone, please, use it to carry on my work.
So, 50 days, that's how long he lasted, with Arcwine and with monocrystals. I point that out because that's the problem, isn't it? They are so dependent that even having an influx of mana will not sustain them long term. They are so required. It would be like in real life equivalent, because I actually do have a real life equivalent of this. Imagine if you got 1 cup of water a day, and that's it. 24 hours, you get 1 cup. This will help you keep going for a while, but this is just not enough water. There he is, completely gone. The second time we've come in after someone is withered. But there's Theron, subject 16. The withered seems entranced by the spellstone. He is completely pacified by it. There's a tag on his sleeve. 16. Theron. As I mentioned briefly earlier, I'm still not sure if we can cure withered. Like the final stage. I would like to think we can, especially with you-know-what. But even then, it's not a certainty. So, who knows? Certainly not on the table right now. Yes, it makes perfect sense, Linnerith. The vague answer is, unfortunately, a vague answer. The idea is that they're connected to it. Well, I don't want to say regardless of distance, but like, you don't need to carry any of the well water with you, right? This is something that would have been significant for elves going into Outland, for example. Going to another planet would be sufficiently far enough that they would start to have issues over time. Now, obviously, with the Sunwell, it's not quick enough to happen, quick enough for anybody to notice it during the events of BC. However, they probably would have had issues long term if they didn't have something else to keep them going. Like, say, the Netherstorm.
Aran Arcana.
So Kel'danth turned in the end. He deserved better. Thank you for giving him peace.
Suramar must be free.
Kel'danth discovered something incredible, the power to subdue and control withered. I will pick up where my old friend left off. We shall see to it that he did not die in vain. Perhaps in the end we can even find peace for those wretches who have been left to a fate worse than death.
I shall prepare a holding area for the subjects while you are away.
I think you're right, Huthor. I've theorized that for a while now. Because, yeah, trolls don't really seem to have that basic dependency. Even though, by all accounts, they could have, right? Congrats, Braven. That's also true. It's worth noting that the overwhelming majority of trolls have some kind of connection to something, usually a Loa. But we have troll druids, and we have troll mages, and we have troll warlocks. It is entirely possible that you're right, that trolls are just so adaptable that they get their source of magic from whatever. There's a feat in certain versions of tabletop games, like GURPS or D&D and stuff like that, which boils down to Iron Stomach. It means you can get sustenance from basically anything. Same concept.
The Nightwell calls to me.
I don't think we do, Maskerman. You could correct me if I'm wrong on that, though. That's also true, Kira White Noise. Trolls actively seek out sources of magic. Like, culturally. It's funny, Uthor.
The Shal'dorei will be redeemed. Be careful who you trust.
Okay, so Silgrin next? That is horrifying, Mr.
We are
Floyd.
only as strong as our will.
1 second, I need to double check something, and I don't want to screw this up. Sorry, some of the Suramar quests are a little bit...
Suramar must be free.
...different in structure. I just want to make 100% sure I'm not screwing anything up here. Okay, I am not. Let's go meet Oculus, shall we?
Anratha Adore.
We need to make contact with Chief Telemancer Oculus. Probably the best portal mage in the entire setting. Oculus had a workshop in Old Suramar from the age before the Sundering. He may have taken refuge there. She presses a small coin into your palm. If you find him, show him this. Hopefully you'll see him before he sees you.
Be careful who you trust.
Sorry, I know I'm kind of, like, going too much into it. I'm like, oh my god, it's so amazing. I'm overemphasizing, and I apologize. I really love elven nature in this setting. It's something that is distinctly Warcraft, if you think about it. Elves in Warcraft aren't really elves in the traditional sense of the word. Oh, sure, they share some similar traits, but that magic dependency thing is kind of what makes Warcraft elves, right? It changes them. It makes them different. And yeah, trolls, same thing. Orcs are another pretty big thing. Orcs in Warcraft are barely orcs, as they are in most other settings. And I like that. I'm with it. I'm down. And I really love how they use the Nightborne to kind of further flesh out elves in general. Alright. This looks like... place? Pretty sure. Where? No.
That is far enough.
Hello? I can't move.
Well, you are not from the palace, and you are no demon, at least not entirely. Identify yourself before I teleport you to the depths of the Great Sea.
He will if you don't use the coin.
What is this? A coin? A sign of the Dusk Lily. This is the first Arcanist's seal. Is she alive?
Could you let me out, please?
There's still a chance. Come quickly! I need your help!
Please?
Right. The trap. Nethana!
Thank you. I love Oculus. Honestly, we get a lot of really interesting named characters in this particular chain. So...
Good fortune to all friends of the Drummers.
Why, hello.
You may deliver me to Thalyssra once my work here is complete.
Test. Observe. Repeat.
I haven't had time to gather my instruments before fleeing the palace. I came here to salvage some equipment. The old workshop has actually several rooms connected by teleporter pads. Elisan's goons are already scouring the place looking for me, but from here I can alter the teleporter network and keep them moving in circles. You go in. I'll monitor your position and ensure the teleporters work normally. Find these 2 pots, bring them back.
Mayor, the teleporter is just outside. Activate it first, then step on the pad.
Also, I'm going to say something extremely unpopular. I actually like the nightfallen look better than the nightborne look. Nightborne is night elves, again, with a few changes, and that's fine. Nightfallen are unique and kind of awesome, if not for the fact that they're literally starving, like you could see his freaking ribs there. That's true for the female models, too. This will show up especially when we get to, like, Beltois, for example. Okay, so I'll just hit this, and then go over here, I guess? And, oh my god!
Teleporters work the same way. Use them to find that equipment.
Okay, so you're supposed to use his teleporters to get around. Now, I'm not going to do that, because it takes some time, but it's a nice little introduction into what exactly Oculith is. They call him a telemancer, but no, I'm not joking. This dude is the portal mage.
Your fate is sealed!
Yeah, going back to that unique mechanics for a management sim game for Warcraft. Managing magic for, like, elves in general, and possibly trolls. Like, elves are intelligent, skilled, they know a lot of magic, they've got a lot of backing and ideas and concepts. But they cost mana. Oh god, yeah, Braven. Oh, that would be awesome, Raid 36. They'll never do it. They'll never do a portal mage. That would be so cool. Is it not up? It's down, isn't it? I'm stupid. It's down. Yep, there it is.
Good work! Bring them back to me at the workshop.
Oh, right. For God's sakes. Do you really want to die? Here you go. Correct, I think, literally? I shouldn't say that so definitively. Okay, Uthor.
What is our destination?
Salvaging the equipment here is necessary if I'm to develop a teleporter network for Thalyssra.
Tell the laugh.
These are in rough shape. They'll survive. They'll suffice.
Respect magic, or it will break you.
Oh god, pillars of snow. Nice encounter, huh? We must lock down the facility. Otherwise, my esteemed colleagues from the palace can uncover my secrets, which puts any teleporters I build for you at Thalyssra at risk. This will take us to our secret test chamber beneath the mountain. From there, we can begin the lockdown sequence.
Test, go ahead. I am right behind you.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just... Oh, I gotta hit this thing first. There we go.
Here we are. My old sanctuary.
Looks like a sewer.
Strange. The defenses are offline.
Just the usual stuff, Blade Taval.
Intruders! How did they get in here?
You have to have an anchoring point to, tie to the destination.
This coil taps into the ancient ley lines. Crank it up to full power.
Or you need to have extremely good intel on exactly where you're going. Usually that requires extra. So, like, for example, if I want to recall to a spot where I've already placed an anchor, that's actually pretty easy to do. Same with a portal. I can just open a portal to here because I've got all the info and the destination, all that set up. If I want to give a portal to some new place, that is much harder to do. And I'm probably going to need some extra. I mean, I need information, I need scrying, I might need to place an anchor, I might need to go there in the first place to set it up. You get the idea. But it's much harder to do. Further away, the harder it is to do. Yeah, no kidding. That was just no. Yeah, you couldn't really portal someone into the void. Not really. Unless it's another timeline. Let's just... What's funny is Huthor says that, but actually the one time we do that, the 2 times, excuse me, we do that canonically, as in the times that it makes freaking sense, it's really freaking hard to do. And we only actually manage it the 2 times.
Good. If we overcharge enough coils, the entire system will fail safe into a lockdown.
Draenor. Anyways.
There are more coils in the chamber below, and more intruders, I imagine. Thwen, I should have recognized your uniquely oafish meddling on my network.
My, you look rather gaunt, honored teacher. Are you eating enough?
Really?
You should be proud. Your handiwork is going to help us reclaim every corner of our ancient lands.
I can deal with Thwen. You overload the coils.
She has an invulnerability bubble. What are you going to do? I'm a more portal mage. What do you think? Oh, yeah. Honestly, yeah, agreed, Bragwin. Not to get too much into Final Fantasy themes, but I like to think that one of the reasons Thalyssra turns out as decently as she does is because she has us. We were there right after she got kicked out for her failed attempt. Like think about the timeline. Shield goes down, she does her impromptu rebellion, it fails miserably, she recovers, she sends out her warning beacon, we find her. That's, what, a couple of days? So we're right there at the beginning, and we help her to form a very necessary sanity anchor. Right? We help her to actually have something to keep her stable. Most of the Nightborne, frankly, don't have that. Yeah, a month at the high end. Like that's the ceiling, I would say. Even Oculith, who is a cool and interesting character, is more than a little mad, to use a contrast there. And frankly, Valtoire had issues until she met Stellagosa, and hey, that's another character connection, isn't it? Sorry, I just realized I just called a personal connection a character connection. Shut up! Don't make fun. I'm kind of tired. What do you want from me? I love these quests, though.
Face it, old man. I have surpassed you.
Good trick! Warping a space around your body like that. But what if that space is already unstable?
My warp field is not working! Where have you taken us?
Unstable space.
God damn it, Uthar. So, yeah. Little pro tip, this applies to everything. If you're going to go toe-to-toe with someone, make sure you actually know better than they do. Because if you don't, this will happen.
No! This place! It must bend to my will! Anratha Antalthandros!
Gwen always took magic too lightly. She was a terrible student.
This right here, if I can be so bold, is Star Trek at its best. No, I know that sounds weird, but hear me out for a second. Star Trek at its worst, for me, is technobabble. Technobabble, for those of you who are not fully familiar with the concept or the trope, is nonsense. It is complete garbage. That has nothing to do with anything. It's, I'm going to, oh my gosh, I can't get past your barrier, so I'm going to invert my quantum dodecahedron field to re-inverbulate the Contasvamlager. And the Contasgaflaker will actually allow me to break her shield. Ta-da! I did it, right? It's nonsense. It has nothing to do with anything. But Star Trek at its best, and this is actually where technobabble came from, is when they outthink, they outmaneuver, they outstrategize their opponent. If you ever wonder why the threat of the week, which is almost always a bigger ship than the Enterprise, and why technobabble both became a thing, it's because the writers wanted that. They wanted the characters to be on the back foot and to be able to outthink and outmaneuver the stronger opponent. When you're lazy or rushed and being pushed against the wall because you're Rick Berman and you're demanding that you want to make sure that you're churning out episodes as fast as possible, then you go with the easy route to accomplish that, which is a giant enemy ship which is somehow magically stronger than the Enterprise, and technobabble. So what does Chief Telemancer Oculus do? Well, he's fighting a woman who is one of his own students, and she has actually warped space around her to prevent her from taking damage. So he decides to go ahead and push her into a place where she is in unstable space, where she can no longer do that. She is then vulnerable to us. We defeat her. She, in desperation, tries to force her same trick again, and it just doesn't work in this place. As he says, she was a terrible student. He actually outthinks her. And all of this makes logical sense, even if you don't know anything about the rules of how Warcraft magic works. I don't need to explain it to you for you to understand. Unstable space equals no worky when you're trying to make a warp bubble around yourself, right?
Anar Amenos. I haven't much left. I will get us as close as I can. Come close.
And now he's withering.
Have you made a discovery?
His eyes have dulled and his voice trembles. Are we close?
Tell the lie.
And we literally carry his ass. I got you, Oculus. Don't worry. Don't worry. Come here. It also means that his student was a one-trick pony,
Oculus!
whereas Oculus actually understood what he was doing.
He is withering.
Here, come here. I got you.
Anar Amenos.
Let me feed him.
Have you made a discovery?
Let me feed him. Oh my god.
Our isolation has ended. We are only as strong as our will.
This is also a gameplay tutorial for how you feed mana into them.
A drop in the ocean of my thirst, but appreciated nonetheless. What is our destination? May your path be clear.
It's time to establish the first secure connection to our teleportation network. Take this beacon to the ruins of Aluna Eth above us and survey the area to find a suitable location.
Oculus, can you restore the teleporters in this chamber?
Already on it. Once our friend completes the survey, we will have our first connection.
Sorry, jotting down notes. And yeah, I agree with you completely, Master Mac. One of the reasons I like consistency in fiction is once you have consistency, you have storytelling tools. Like, if you invent a rule for your setting, what you have given yourself is a tool for writing.
I should mention, the survey may reveal a few telespatial anomalies, maybe a warp time ripple or two. Nothing you cannot handle.
Like, I'm trying to think of a good example of this, like an actual example of this. Okay, let me use a bad example of this, but it's in my head, so we're going to use it. So let's say you establish that this world is a hell world, and it's dangerous, and you have to have protective suits and force fields to even go down to the world because it's super hot and it's got all this plasmonic stuff and blah, 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 blah. So it's very, very, very dangerous. And you go down there, oh my god, we've got to go and we've got to find our lost people. They're down here and they're horribly dangerous. And oh no, there's no sign of them. What are we going to do? And oh no, we fell off a cliff. Help, help, help. And then one of the people you're there looking for you reaches down a hand to grab you and pulls you up, and they're there without their suit on. Now, that's actually a bad example of what I'm talking about, but it's if you just take that moment, that slice, that's the power of being able to have established rules. Because then if something goes wrong, or something goes different, the audience will now then pick up and be like, hold up, what? Yeah, go away. I'm busy. The problem is that episode sucks, and that also isn't the hook. It's actually literally 2/3 of the way through the episode. That's why I say it's a bad example. Sorry, the Trek lore run continues. It's an episode of Voyager called Demon, if you're familiar with it. As we were going through, it struck me how much of a good cold open that is, though. Because it is. It's a fascinating cold open. It's like, what? The mystery is right there. Problem is that episode sucks because the mystery, like, they spend very little time on the mystery. Again, it's 2/3 of the way through the episode before you even get to that scene. And then they solve the mystery inside of 5 minutes by having one of the characters explain it to the audience. Nobody actually figures it out. It's not a great episode. And yeah, I'll probably cut off right after we finish Oculus quest. Which is this. This is the last step right here. What the hell is this? Oh, okay. Let's just... Nope. I don't see it.
Complete. Now, place the beacon.
Cool.
Two-way connection established. Use it freely. The distance is short, so it requires very little power. Now we can begin to restore the ancient network. If you find any of my old beacons out there, be sure to activate them. Why, hello.
I've always found it funny that he's a repair vendor.
Test, observe, repeat.
So you can already see the idea here. This is going to be our portal network. This is much more helpful back before we had flying. You will not see me use this portal network basically at all.
One day at a time.
But it's a cool idea. Ignore flying for a second. What this is doing something that another game series does to good success, and actually... I'm a little bit shocked we've never really done this before or since in WoW. It's building up a base. This is Suikoden. No, think about it. We have found this ancient ruin from some Eldritch people. They did it. I'm going to spoil a small thing. That tree in the middle, that was part of an old experiment. We'll actually follow through on that later, don't worry. And so... This is some kind of ancient ruin thing where they did this ancient experiment. It failed. We show up, we take it over, and we start rebuilding it. We're going to have more people, resources, supplies. We're going to set up that network down there, and we're going to set up the portal network up here. It's very RTS-y, isn't it? It's very strategy-y. And I'm a little bit weirded out that Warcraft, World of Warcraft, has done so little of this build your base mechanic. I know. Garrisons. But yeah, exactly. No, this is what garrisons should have been from word go. And this is directly and integrally tied into the overall story arc of Suramar. So it's lore relevant in addition to just being a fun gameplay thing. Yeah, I can picture that. And yeah, I agree, Braglin. Oculus strikes me as the kind of person who wants to understand why his magic works, which makes him much better at it. Anyways, Darkrai is correct. This is probably a good time to chop off. Tomorrow, hopefully, we'll actually go ahead and smash through Suramar. And then we'll start the second round of Order Halls, which hopefully won't be as bad. I'll see you guys.